Some of the stuff they asked us to do was absolutely terrifying. There was a walk-in source. He carried a video camera into the hospital in a bag and actually had a panning shot across her face, which was the trigger for us to surge up there to conduct an assault. I remember thinking, how are you doing this so quickly? Why is no one talking? How can you read people's body language like this? How are you so accurate at this speed? I still remember that feeling of just being blown away by the capability and the lethality of those organizations. It's unbelievable. That was a deployment where I'd say the operational tempo was damn near every night. And it was based largely off the cell phone network, which the US had control of at the time. So at nighttime, they would turn the net on. It's like, there was a list of phone numbers or SIM card numbers or names or associators that they would want to go after. And so we were very busy. And I was the first guy up front. I was the point man. And I turned my head to the right to look inside of the blacked out window, and I just heard gunfire and felt like I got slapped in the side with a baseball bat. I think there was a time where the negative self-talk got out of control. Am I a good enough person to ever find a partner again? Am I a good enough man to be a father to my kids? Does the world benefit at all from having me be around in it? How did I become the person that they are saying that I am?
Didn't you do a collaboration with a rifle company at some point, or maybe several? But
I worked with Christensen Arms for a few years as one of their ambassadors. I've never done a collaboration, nor should I ever, with a firearm company, because I know how to use guns and I'm not even remotely current or competent anymore, but I don't understand how to make guns. Because people think that if you come from the special operations world that, you know, like, were you hand polishing your rounds? And the number of people who will ask me about the inner workings of rifles or ballistics, it's like, listen, I got bullets from the armorer that went from a green can to a brown box. And I don't even know what the words meant on the side, but my rifle went boom when I wanted it to, and I can sight it in, but I'm probably not the guy to work with if you're going to design a new weapons platform, because as long as it goes boom, I'm generally pretty happy with it. Yeah. The special operations world is probably less of experts on the manufacturing, and I would even say a lot of the times the ballistic aspect of that stuff than people would think. You're good at using it, like the end state, the end user, you're fantastic at that. But you don't need to be a wizard in ballistics to do what I used to do.
Mm. Well, they're pretty good at outsourcing that to different people, right?
Sure.
Like you got people to do that, especially when you get to, you know, your former command. You guys have somebody for everything, right?
Usually two.
2 is 1 and 1 is none, they say, right?
Sometimes 3. Yeah. The budget was robust. I never actually saw what the line item was. Like the overall, God, that'd be fascinating. One, you'd never be able to get it because they can draw from pots of money that are really hard to get a hold of. But I bet it's in the billions.
Was that like a jarring moment when you got there? And because you came from, again, from what and you have the distinct pleasure of being the first SEAL on the show. So,
oh, really?
I have to ask you about some things that you probably don't love talking about. We don't have to spend too much time on it.
Wait to let the audience down and just underwhelm them. Just completely underwhelm them. Okay.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to underpromise and overdeliver. Anyway, were you like when you got there from being
I think it was Team 5.
Team 5, right. So you're issued probably like one of everything, and then you get there and it's not the case at all. Was that like a big jarring moment?
It was amazing. I don't remember the gear loadout at the conventional teams, and I entered into the military pre 9/11, and it was awesome. It was even more than I thought it was ever going to be. That's the way I kind of describe it. The SEAL community was everything that I thought it was going to be, and so many things that I could have never even imagined. Maybe because my imagination wasn't great at that age. But the initial loadout at Team 5 was still awesome. I mean, you got probably along the lines, though, of like, hey, you have one of these. If you need another one, no big deal, but it's definitely going to be, bring me the older one, you know, unless you destroyed it or lost it, and we'll basically do a 1-for-1 swap. And that's all just for accounting purposes. And I don't remember, so I got over to the East Coast Command. I don't remember if we did our initial supply issue before or after the PT test, because you have to do a PT test. And shockingly enough, actually people will fail it.
You mean as part of Green Team?
Yes. And again, we're 20 years in the rearview mirror at this point, and I don't want to misspeak. One of the first things you do is the PT test, and it's not crazy. It's actually almost identical to the one that you do. To even get there, you go through an interview process. Part of that is a PT test. I think they're identical, and I also believe the standards are identical. It's a run, a swim, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups. That's it. And not crazy numbers. Like, not bad numbers, but not crazy numbers. So I think after that, once you got there, you were going to drive forward in training. And I think they would send about 6 people at a time over to the supply building. And I'm not joking. There were 3, not Costco size, but good grocery size shopping carts for every person.
Wow.
And we went down the aisles. You had a supply guy, and he had a list. I want to say it was 50 pages thick, but it was probably like 5. But the typing was small, so there was a lot on each page. And here's your boots. Just here's your camis. Here's your knives, your watch. Full. And then you take all this stuff back to your cage, and you're just sitting there lording over all of your equipment, and just it was as far as a realization that not necessarily that the game had changed, but you're in a different environment. It was a glorious day. Yeah, it was we're talking a supply warehouse. We went down every aisle.
And that's before you even get to guns or anything, right?
Long before you get to guns. Yeah. That was just the loadout to participate in the training process in the hopes that you make it through so you can go to the assault squadron. And guess what happens if you go there? You get some more gear. Because you're training with really good gear in the selection process. The gear is better when you get to the assault squadron. And you'll get more of it because at least they know you've made it through that point, and they're going to invest in you a little bit more. It's amazing, man. I can't even fathom what it's like now because the gear is just generations better. I mean, I was still getting issued, I think it was the old chocolate chip camo pattern. I mean, now they're Cry Precisions. Those things are probably close to $1,000 between top and bottom, but you got multicam, AOR1, AOR2. They probably have jungle, like all of those things, right? And so you can't just have one of those. So we're just like, it's wild, especially inside of the military, where the military is always budget constrained, as it should be. I also would be really happy to see the military ever pass an audit. I think that'd be an amazing thing. But that place, God, it was cool. Yeah, that day, 3 shopping carts. Yeah.
Well, you say that, and I would agree with you. I would like to see what the current stuff is too, because it's probably nuts. But at the time, like development group, it's called development group because that's part of the charter, right? You're supposed to develop new forward edge, cutting edge technologies and that sort of thing, right? So
yep.
Were you exposed to stuff like that at the time?
I didn't realize it, but yes. So probably the best example that I can give, which is an utterly commonplace piece of equipment now, were the ballistic half-shell helmets that we were issued. So if you look back at probably any military unit, let's say Operation Iraqi Freedom 1, which was March-ish of 2003, you'll see the very large helmets, and they go over if you're wearing external ear pro, they're going to wrap over the top. The modern era helmet, which looks a lot more like a bump helmet, is basically has that cutout. So you'll see a lot of times the Peltors or the Ear Pro. So it's lighter. It allows heat to dissipate faster. Ballistic, probably not for a rifle, even though I wouldn't want to take a rifle round to a ballistic. I mean, imagine the strain on your neck. You'd probably live, but that would be a rough ride. We were issued those. I had one of those. I think I had one of those in selection. At a minimum, I had one of those when I went to the squadron. Those made their way to the conventional SEAL teams, which is all I can speak of. I don't know about the rest of special operations a few years later. And that's an example of how that will kind of cascade downhill. It's 100% part of the charter of the organization to develop stuff like that. Or standalone body armor plates, where it used to be, a metal plate behind and then some Kevlar and super heavy and thick and soft armor. Then it's getting thinner. It's standalone. There's no soft armor and all of that stuff. It eventually works its way down.
And is the principle there, or the thought behind it, like you guys at that command, you guys are, if there are things to be done, you guys are doing them. So you're kind of testing things and like, I guess, battle testing them to see if they actually work or not.
I think so, but you have to remember pre 9/11, there wasn't really anybody doing any battle testing. Even the JSOC level commands, they were, I think, sporadically and very infrequently doing combat operations, but it would be a really, really small number, or maybe just a small element inside of the bigger command. So there was no real way to battle test it. I think it's kind of a melting pot it's not that you release the constraints of budget, but when you have an amount of money and a charter that essentially says, look everywhere and bring the best of what you can find in, which a conventional SEAL team, at least I can only speak for the SEAL teams, you have a limited ability to do that. One, you're limited by budget, but two, you can only use and wear things that are authorized by the military. And so that's a little bit of a difference from the charter at that JSOC level, is you can kind of look outside of those things to figure out, well, let's work with this, let's refine it, maybe even work with the manufacturer, get it on the authorized use list, and then it can work its way down. So it's just, they were doing that well before combat. Now, after 9/11, sure, you got to get real life reps in those things, but I think it was probably from their original charter.
So yeah, dude, I typically give people a little intro when they come on the show, which I know you're going to absolutely love. So
depends on what you say.
What's that?
Depends on what you say.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Chief mistake maker.
Kidding. Chief mistake officer.
Yeah. Anyway, you did 17 years as Navy SEAL, including, as we're alluding to, your time with DEVGRU or SEAL Team 6. I would read off your medals and stuff from the military, but we'd be here all fucking day. But what I will say is
boring.
You did earn the Enemy Marksmanship Badge.
Award.
Yes.
I guess it comes with a badge.
Yeah.
Nobody wants the Purple Heart.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. I'm laying in a hospital bed and the guy who gave it to me said, "Congratulations." And I think if I hadn't been just to the tits on morphine, I probably would have said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" But instead I'm just like, "You're welcome, I guess."
That's funny. Yeah, and again, to be clear, you got shot with an AK round on target with DEVGRU, so we'll talk about that. But I
actually was with CAG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right, when you were at DEVGRU and you were with a Squadron, right?
Correct.
Your post-military career, you were skydiving in the military, but you continue to skydive and do base jumping, and you're a 2-time world record holder from jumping in a wingsuit, which is fucking crazy, the wingsuit stuff.
I think those records, actually I know for a fact those records were subsequently broken. And I think Red Bull just smashed them to a degree that'll never be broken again. They had the ability to, the wingsuit stuff is all about your exit height, essentially. There is your performance under the wingsuit, but wingsuit technology is better, and they were able to exit at an altitude with a tailwind, which is awesome. I didn't have a tailwind, and they smashed it by miles. So that thing's been that's on the top shelf for those guys. It's put away.
They're insane, man.
They are. I know a lot of them, and they are. I'm glad that human beings like that exist. They push the front leading edge of everything.
It is fascinating from everything they do, from like the jumpers. I know like Jeff Provenzano is one, and then the helicopter shit is it's crazy. Like you said, it's crazy that humans are capable of doing stuff like that.
I'm glad they exist.
Yeah, it's cool to watch. That's for sure.
It is.
Yeah. Other than that, after your military career, you became a commercial pilot, a helicopter pilot, which you still do, right? Brazilian Jiu Jitsu black belt, and now you are the author of Drownproof, which
technically, 'cause it's not out yet. I don't know how that works.
When is it supposed to come out?
Am I stealing valor from other authors if I say I'm an author on an unpublished book, but it's going to? April 14th.
Okay. No comment.
Listen, in this era, one must be careful. Don't steal valor.
I would say so. And this will probably be out in March, so right before your book.
Perfect.
Something like that.
Yeah,
but
April
anyway,
14th.
Yeah. So, dude, the book, like I told you, it's excellent, and it's exactly what I would expect exactly what I would expect from you.
Did you like all the war stories?
Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, it's not a SEAL book. It's not chest pounding and war stories. It's about mistakes you made, and most importantly, the lessons learned that other people can take away from.
I am completely and utterly fine with, hey, served in the military. Next.
Yeah. 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 Well, as you know, like I said, I value humility quite a bit, especially in this podcast space, as you know, because
it's a little wild. I'm glad you like the book, though. I've only actually had the editors read it. My agent read it. I think she's contractually obligated to say it's a good book, though. And maybe the editor, too, because they have a financial tie. I have maybe given it to a half a dozen people, so I'm happy to hear the feedback. And most of them, the people that I have, like my dad was one. You think he's going to sit down and be like, this is a real piece of trash? You know, so it's nice to hear that feedback. I'll be curious to see how it's received. I have absolutely no idea what to expect. And my plan is to expect it to not do well and to not have any appreciable impact on my life. And that way, if it does do well, cool.
100%. Other than that, man, I typically do a full life story, right? So I want to talk about the book for sure, but we'll probably get to that. And I'm sure we'll talk about themes in the book, like as we walk through your life story. But let's start at the beginning. Where'd you grow up?
Santa Cruz, California. Traditionally known for deep military recruiting numbers. I'm joking, by the way. That's not the case at all. Anybody who's ever been from Santa Cruz would be raising their eyebrows at that. It was a fascinating place to grow up. I didn't realize it at the time because it was all I really knew in the world. And looking back on it now, it is such an interesting just ecosystem. It takes, my opinion, progressivism, which I have no issue with, and it's just foot on the gas pedal. If you want to be whatever, Santa Cruz is an amazing place to go do that. Think of every progressive idea in a bucket of fertilizer that idea could grow in. That's Santa Cruz. It's a free expression. It reminds me a lot when I grew up there. I actually haven't been back in about 10 years. So I am speaking historically from when I grew up. I think a lot of people back then, and I've talked to my parents about this, would almost describe it as a large kind of hippie commune. Like, be yourself. What do you want to believe? Go live your life. Get after it. Probably very left-leaning too for the majority, which again, I don't care about people's politics at all. But it was, now when I keep in contact with a few people that I do from where I grew up, especially if they haven't ever left Santa Cruz, we have wildly and vastly different views on the optic of the world. And I don't know if my view of the world would have gone in parallel with theirs had I stayed there, but I describe it as a fantastic place to grow up and an even better place to leave.
Well, there you go.
And that's not an insult, because you just explore and just be whoever you want to be. Like, there is a group there for you. But I also advise that to anybody, to include my own kids. Grow up wherever you grow up, but then get out and see the world. It will change your life. It will change the way that you view humanity. And I think it's important to travel around specifically to where people have less. Because whether people believe it or not, here in the U.S., we got a lot. And we got a lot more than most people.
Yeah. What kind of stuff do you like to do as a kid?
It's a beach town, so Santa Cruz is right. For those not familiar, it is, if you look at the vertical length of California, it's about dead center in the Half Moon Bay. So Monterey, California is in the bottom. Santa Cruz is on the top. It's a surfing beach town. So when I wasn't forced and conscripted into labor with my father, I was allowed to go to junior lifeguards, which was awesome, which is just daycare at the beach, which actually later on in life helped when people are like, when do you know the waves are coming? I'm like, I got you. I've done this a few times. And so I did my summers doing that until I started working for my dad. But I mean, there's absolutely nothing atypical about my childhood. I grew up straight down the middle of the road, middle class. My mom did a lot of administrative work for tech companies before Silicon Valley became Silicon Valley. And for people who don't know Santa Cruz, there's a Highway 17, largely considered oftentimes to be the most dangerous stretch of road in the U.S. that didn't used to have a median. I was talking to my dad about that. He goes, oh yeah, you think this is dangerous now? It used to not have a median in the road, and that goes over to Los Gatos and then Palo Alto and then right into the heart of the Silicon Valley. So it's actually very close. But she worked there, and my dad's dad and my dad's dad's dad were brick and stone masons. So he fell into that category because his father did that. He got back from Vietnam. taught for a bit and some time over even in Australia where my sister was born, and then came back after the San Andreas earthquake in '89. And that just cemented our family back in Santa Cruz. And I fell from about 11 into that as well too. And that's what I was doing all the way until I left high school. So my free time, I was generally working.
Well, so, I mean, I've never done stonemasonry. I've done some construction work, but I would assume that it's not the easiest work. So what were you doing for him when you were working for him?
Yeah, I've never done stonemasonry either. I moved things. I'm not joking. So I am not a mason. Of all the project I worked with my dad on, and so San Andreas earthquake in '89 shattered California from a perspective of construction. So brick and stone and concrete. I mean, it was everywhere. So going back to where my father had grown up as well, totally made sense. And I mean, fireplaces, patios, retention walls, cinder block, like all that stuff. None of that stuff is light. It's all concrete. A lot of the stuff, especially after the earthquake, you have to take away the rubble of the pre-existing damage and then probably go back in and jackhammer and probably take it all the way down to the foundation or wherever you're going to start from. So I didn't even get to do that until a couple years in. So I would just take pieces, put them into a wheelbarrow, put them into a truck. That was my life. That was the full and total description of what I did for years. And then when you do the other part side of that, so you get it completely broken down, they drop bricks off, and the bricks are dropped off by the road, and the fireplace is usually by the house. And so that's where they do the work. And then little Andy was just in this zone right here. So that was it. I mean, I think my first time I worked for him, I was 11. I probably cleaned up. And then a few years in, he taught me how to make mortar. And so I would do that. And then that's just the mixer to a wheelbarrow to a bucket to where they need it. And you have to stay ahead of the people working. Then, of course, he would hire other people. So then like 13-year-old Andy is trying to keep up with 2 full adults. And not only do you need the mortar, you need to have the building supplies, and you need to make sure that the structure is ready to go, right? So the scaffolding is ready and the wood is ready to go. It was actually fascinating. And you want to talk about developing a good work ethic early on. But that was it. I mean, I just moved stuff and I cleaned stuff up. And my dad definitely violated OSHA protocol many times. He lowered me down a chimney by my feet one time because he dropped a masonry tool, offered me cash. I don't think I recovered the tool, because if you've never been lowered down a chimney flue, and I'm in my teens at this point, I'm not claustrophobic, and I don't exactly remember how this day went down, but I'm almost positive I lost my shit as they were doing that. So he pulled me back out, gave me cash, and the only thing he said was, "Don't tell your mother," which I'm pretty sure I immediately did. And there was a couple great ones like that. He tied a rope around my waist one day, gave me a jackhammer. He said, "Stand on top of that fireplace and just start shaving it down onto the people's yard." And we would put like wood down so it wouldn't just auger into their grass. Come to find out later, he just took the other side of that rope and threw it over the top of the roof so I couldn't see where it was. It was untied off.
Oh my God.
And he said the same thing. He's like, "Don't tell your mom." That was our standing rule. So that was young Andy on a job site in a construction world. I spent almost all my free time on construction projects, which is super blue collar labor. It's hard people doing hard jobs with a different vernacular than you're going to find inside of the white collar environment, which is also exactly what it was when I went into the military. I'm like, oh, I recognize this. These are my people.
So like you said, that's where you learned hard work, and that set you up for the future. But when you were a kid, like how did you respond to that sort of hard work?
I mean, I think you'd get 2 answers if you asked me or my dad. He would probably say not well. And actually, I would probably say not well also when I first started. I don't know if I had a choice. It was just what we did. I mean, if I look back at my dad when I was younger, he was just always doing something. And so that was kind of the example. If there's work that needs to be done, I'm not going to look around for somebody else to do it. Obviously, if it's within your capability, like I'm not going to take apart a car because I don't know how to put it back together. But if work needs to be done, instead of looking for somebody else to do it, just go do the work. So by the time I started working for him when I was like 10, probably going on 11, I kind of knew what I was getting into. He did have realistic expectations of what I was able to do. I mean, I weighed 150 pounds when I graduated high school. So you can go backwards from that and imagine how scrawny I was when I was like 10 or 11 years old. So the jobs were appropriate for what I could do, but I was expected to work, and do as much as I could. If I had questions, no problem, but also solve as many of the problems as you could before coming and asking a question. That was the expectation. And I'm not going to say I necessarily took to it well, but I knew what I was getting into and kind of just fell in line with that.
I guess what I'm getting at is I wonder, like, the kinds of people who can do really hard things, like, get through buds, for example, right? Like, because that's kind of the next transition in your life. But like, are those people predisposed as a human being, nature-wise, to be able to handle hard work well? Or is it a nurture thing where you saw the example that your dad and your mom gave to you and you're like, oh no, that's just how things are done? Or is it like a wiring thing? You know what I mean?
Are you born mentally tough, or can you be taught to be mentally tough? Or through the lens of resilience, are you born resilient, or can it be taught? My answer is yes. I mean, everybody's born with whatever baseline characteristic and whatever it's going to be. That doesn't mean that has to be the status quo for your whole life. I do believe that you can learn and evolve and enhance characteristics and knowledge and all of those things. People are not created equal. There is a glass ceiling for everybody. So there will be people who are more resilient than others and less, or more mental tough than others and less. But it's a combination of the two. I don't know if there is a type of person that is able to do difficult things, because after going back as a BUDS instructor, which I'm sure we'll get into, it's not really about the hardware that you bring to the equation. It's about the software, and you can control the software. So I actually truly believe that almost everybody is capable of doing really hard things. It becomes a choice as to whether or not they do or don't.
So what got you interested in joining the military?
Definitely not my parents. So my mom came from an Army brat family, and I didn't get this version of our family lineage, I guess, in the military until a few years ago. So my mom's mom, my grandmother, first enlisted in the Navy. She was a nurse, and she went and was treating frontline people in World War II. Not like on the front line, but people coming back from that, to the point where she was discharged because of post-traumatic stress. Lied about it, joined the Army as a nurse, where she met her husband, who, and I believe, I would have to double check with my dad on this, I believe he was on the admin side. So they both became officers. She was on the medical side, he was on the admin side. So my mom came from a military family. One of her sisters ended up becoming a Navy chaplain, actually. So one of her four sisters joined, but that was kind of the end of that. On my dad's side, totally different story. So my dad was in the Navy. My dad's dad was in the Navy. My dad's dad was in the Navy. So from both sides, like, we're coming down to this apex. My dad served in Vietnam, did not have a great experience, as most people didn't have in Vietnam. Never once tried to talk me out of joining the military. Never once tried to talk me into joining the military. My parents, neither of them, it was my own spark that lit inside of me. But I would have to imagine that when I expressed my desire of what it is I wanted to do, that they probably had higher hopes for me than that. Specifically on my dad's side, because he was the one that originally mentioned the term SEALs to me. So when I was in, we were working with a category of boat called the Mark V's, which doesn't use propellers. It's a jacuzzi jet system. And I'm grossly oversimplifying that, but I'm not an expert on that platform. I just know there's no propellers. My dad was on the Mark 1s. So brown water Navy, not a SEAL, but in that maritime environment where SEAL Team 1 and SEAL Team 2 really cut their teeth was in Vietnam. They would need to go from a maritime environment to land and then come back to the maritime environment. Well, what better platform to do that than on the boats? So my dad had exposure in working with the SEAL community, and he mentioned to me for the first time, I had not heard the term before, and I don't remember the context that he mentioned it, but he mentioned the SEALs, and he mentioned that it was extremely difficult to make it through the training pipeline. And there, I'm most people listening to this will understand this, especially if you're a parent like I am. I have 3 kids and they're wildly different. For one of my kids, I can use negative reinforcement and motivation. Not that I do, but it lights a fire. For my daughter, if I do that, she'll wilt like a flower. And I've made that mistake early in life, and it wasn't like horribly bad. I just realized this is a different person. You have to mold your approach and your tools. I probably fall more into the category of, if you want me to do something, probably tell me it's not possible for me to do it, and I'll get back to you. That's works for me. Negative reinforcement or somebody telling me I'm not capable of doing something works for me. So it was interesting at the time, and I started researching it, and I don't know exactly what it was that hooked me. To this day, I can't tell you exactly what it was, because the information that I could find was all Vietnam based. Like the classic book that most SEALs have read is called The Men with Green Faces. It's a Vietnam experience book. They get that from the camouflage paint, and that was the name that the enemy, the Viet Cong, would call them, the men with green faces, because that's how they appeared. Frogmen is another, I think it comes from that era, or the blend of the UDT and the Vietnam era. So it was all rearward facing. I had absolutely no idea what I was going to get myself into. The documentary starring Charlie Sheen came out called Navy SEALs. Watched that at least 1,000 times.
Documentary.
Yeah, I wish. Got everything but the onions. It's worth coming back and watch. I've actually watched it not too long ago, and I'm sitting there like, those tactics are horrendous.
Yeah, but they're cool.
They're, especially back in the 80s, like, come on. I mean, it couldn't have been any cooler to a young, impressionable man, but I'd already made my decision before that. But it became for me, I describe it as a magnetizing force in my life. Everything shifted at a very young age for me, and it's all that I wanted to do. I was not an academic superstar by any stretch, and it's not that I'm not. Trust me, I'm not a part of the Mensa Society, but I'm not an idiot at the same time. It's not a matter of intelligence. I didn't care. I wasn't interested in the schooling. My cohort was studying for their SATs. I never did. I never took the SATs. And I look back now, this is not a path that I would recommend for people, because I didn't realize how many times in my life I had no plan B and it went in my favor. And I also didn't realize how lucky I was until I went back as a BUDS instructor and just saw how many people got hurt completely outside of their control. Awesome guys who would have been amazing SEALs. You just broke both your legs. Dude, I'm sorry, right? I didn't even know that. So it was, to me, it was like, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. And it consumed me. And I say that in a good way. It's all I could think of. And so that informed all of my decisions moving forward. So when I was a junior in high school, I went and saw the Navy recruiter, who was a female. She was a mechanic for the Blue Angels before becoming a Navy recruiter in Santa Cruz. And, we went to visit my parents with a few pieces of paper because I was 17. I couldn't sign. And to my parents' credit, they never said anything other than, "Are you sure this is what you want to do with your life?" And I said yes. And all 3 of us signed it. So I was actually enlisted in the Navy through the delayed entry program when I was 17, which, looking back now, I truly feel is just a way for recruiters to fill a billet, because I couldn't leave until I was 18 and had graduated high school. But I was enlisted through the delayed entry program. So they got a gold star for that month. But that was it, man. When, like I said, my friends were studying for SATs or putting in college applications, I was playing sports and just constantly thinking about, what's it going to be like? I can't wait to start my military journey. So it was like probably the most focused I've ever been in my life, to be honest with you. A lot of people hear that and they say, that's weird. That's anomalous to hear somebody who was that young, who wanted to do something that much. When I got into the community, it was the single most common narrative that I heard from the people that I served with, and I don't know why.
Spring cleaning's here, and it's time to get rid of your old deodorant. I've been using Mando lately because it's simple and it actually works. Mando is a full body deodorant, so it's not just for your underarms. Maybe it's date 3 with your new lady friend and you're feeling optimistic. You can use Mando wherever you need it. That's right, wherever you need it. They got a solid stick, they have spray, They have cream and wipes, which were all made for whole body odor control, which is why Mando stands out. It was created by the founders of Lumi, and it's safe to use basically anywhere. Pits, feet, thigh folds, wherever. So say goodbye to sweat stains and hello to long-lasting freshness because Mando's got you covered. For a limited time, new customers get 20% off site-wide with our exclusive code. Use code Dalton at shopmando.com for 20% off site-wide. Again, that's shopmando.com and code Dalton, DALTON, for 20% off your order. And after you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please support the show and let them know that we sent you. This episode is brought to you by Row Nutrition's Liposomal NAD+. There's an aspect of performance that doesn't have anything to do with habit. You can train hard, sleep well, and eat right, and still feel like something at the cellular level isn't keeping up. Row Nutrition's NAD+ is how I started addressing that. NAD+ is a coenzyme your cells use to produce energy, support DNA repair, and drive mitochondrial function. And levels naturally decline with age. So as you get older, you just notice that you're not bouncing back the way you used to, or that your output has a ceiling that it didn't used to have. And the problem with most oral NAD+ is that the molecule doesn't survive the gut intact. Row's version is liposomal, designed to actually protect it and get it into circulation where your body can use it. And this isn't a hack, it's maintenance for the system everything else runs on. So go to rownutrition.com and use code Dalton for 20% off site-wide. That's rhonutrition.com, code DALTON for 20% off your order. Well, you mentioned not having a plan B. And don't you think, though, that would, like, you know, fast forward to buds when you're getting the shit beat out of you on the beach and it's, you know, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's Hell Week, whatever the moment is where you're thinking about, like, if this was the time to call it, then this would be it. Do you think that not having that safety net, or mentally not like having that be there, do you think that that helped push you forward? Or like, do you think that somebody that maybe has a plan B wouldn't make it through, I guess is the better way to phrase it?
I think it depends on how sexy your plan B is. Seriously. I mean, people not having a plan B, I'm here to tell you right now, it doesn't stop them from quitting. And there are times where I fully support going chips in, especially when you're younger, right? You have so much runway and you have the ability to take risk. I mean, if I look at things in my life now, a lot of it, you can reduce almost all decisions in your life down to risk versus reward. And your risk ratio when you're young, or your tolerance to risk, first off, you don't have an ability to even understand time. You're like, today is the only thing that's ever existed in the universe. Tomorrow will never happen. And then it shows up and you're like, whatever. So then, like at that age, why not play around a little bit with not having a plan B? In your 30s and 40s and professionally and with family, like let's talk about that a little bit more. But people in your 30s and 40s aren't going to be going to buds anyway, right? So we've kind of transitioned at that point and we're talking about something outside of that. I saw hundreds of people quit who didn't have a plan B. And again, so think about this. If the most common narrative inside of the SEAL community was this is all I've ever wanted to do, that's also the most common narrative of the pool of people that show up there to attempt training. And the stats are the stats. 75% attrition rate on average in summer months, 85 to 90 in the winter months because the water is colder. I mean, that's essentially what it comes down to.
Attrition meaning 90% of people quit.
Correct. Yeah, at the high end. I would say it floats in the mid 70s most of the time, which is still, if you think about it though, a room of 100 people who would all raise their hand if you ask them, how many of you here want to be a SEAL? Every hand goes up, okay? How many of you, regardless of what I do as an instructor, will never quit? All the hands go up. How many of you have wanted to do this or want to do this more than anything else in your life, a goal above all goals? 100% of those hands would go up. Why are there 75 helmets under the bell? I mean, some of them have plan Bs. Some of them don't. They still put their helmet down.
Okay, so just real quick to jump forward to when you were an instructor, what was the most common reason that if somebody went into it and they raised their hand and said, this is all I want and I want it worse than anything that I've ever wanted in my entire life, what was the most common reason that they rang the bell?
If I had to reduce it to the simplest way to describe it, is that they got overwhelmed. As a student, when you go through, so my class started with 180 people on the first day. We graduated 18 of those 180 people. We had a winter hell week. The water's colder. It sucks. The cold will destroy you. You want to talk about something that gets you to question yourself? Man, go spend some time in the Pacific in the middle of the night when an instructor is telling you with a bullhorn about 6 inches from your face, this is where you live now for the rest of your life. It really gets you thinking. But I'll come back to that because, God, the most important tool I had wasn't the water. It was the student against the student. It was the internal monologue. So they get overwhelmed. As a student, though, when you're in training, if somebody quits, you'll probably never see them again. Meaning, as a student, you don't get to have this conversation that we're having right now of, dude, what the fuck, man? We pinky swore. We did a blood brothers, we're like gingerly touching tips, making an agreement that we're never, we're going to be buddies forever. We're going to have our career together. And it's like, Bob, where'd you go? But Bob's helmet's under the bell with a bunch of other helmets. As an instructor, you get time with those students and you can talk with them if you want to. And I did. And to sum it down, you will get a variety of answers. There's some things, life happens to everybody. Sometimes people quit because they have a really horrific life circumstance happen. Like there were guys there who their wife told them on a Monday, hey, just so you know, I'm filing for divorce on Friday. It happened. Life happens, man. Life doesn't stop when you go to training like that. It's a young man's game. And I would never try to talk somebody out of going or pursuing that pipeline when you are married. But I would say that the calculus is a little bit different and the external pressures, they could develop a level of leverage that may be uncontrollable. For me, I was 18 going on 19. I didn't have a girlfriend. I literally would show up to training. Like, this is all I've ever wanted to do. However, let's say I had gotten a call like your mom and dad were just killed in a car accident. I don't think I could have mentally handled that, nor do I actually think that you should be expected to do so. And I use that example as something that happened to one of the students while I was there. He quit training because of that. And we would have administratively separated him so he could go deal with life for sure. But point being, life can happen, right? And so that's a small, I would say statistically a small, very small section of the people who leave training. Then there's the medicals, which I mentioned before. I did not have an understanding as a student, the potential risk of a medical injury. Going back as an instructor, you see and hear bones shattering. The obstacle course is an interesting place to sit and watch as an instructor with a steaming cup of coffee as somebody loses their grip on a rope or apparently just lets go from like 30 feet up and lawn darts into sand. And you just like, that's your pelvis and it doesn't work anymore. So let's get a corpsman on that. And they get spine boarded off. The injury rate, I don't want to overblow it. The injury rate is not astronomical, but the training is hard and it is largely physically based. I bet you there's low single-digit percentage of students that have ever made it through training without nursing an injury of some kind, right? And you don't go to medical because you don't want to get rolled back in training, even though you can. And that's another thing people don't understand. If you fail physical tests, they will actually not drop you from the course. First, they'll roll you back to give you a chance to do additional training and you can try it again. If you get hurt and you can rejoin training, they will remove you from the class that you are in. You'll go to a holding cell. I don't mean like a physical cell, but like just what they call it, to recover and rehab, and then you'll join the next class. But nobody wants to do that. So unless it's like a compound fracture, most guys are walking it off. And so the variety of unlicensed medical advice in the barracks, shall we say. Motrin is like Skittles, just 800, just popping that thing in there. Again, I'm not giving medical advice. I'm just giving you the reality of what it looks like there. So there's life happens, medical issues. Then there's everybody else. And there's actually another small, and I wrote about this in the book too, the small section that I didn't realize either. Administrative issues. You got guys in training who go out on the weekends, they get DUIs, man. Like you're gone. And those are almost statistically anomalous, but that is a part of the people who don't make it through. So for everybody else other than that, they make a decision for whatever reason or justification that they have, that they will raise their hand and they will say, I drop on request, I DOR. And that's all you have to do. You're done. You will be removed from what's ever happening. You do have to sign paperwork eventually. You ring a bell ceremonially 3 times. You take your helmet off, which changes color depending on what phase you're in. It has your rank on it and your name. Most of the helmets don't have any rank because up to E4, it's just clean. And it's a younger, more junior person's game. I think our class probably had 3 or 4 people with, other than the officers, had rank on their helmet. And you put it down. And that's it, man. And your journey's over. And you hear the bell sometimes as a student, and it actually goes from something that terrifies you to something that motivates you, because you're still in and they're out. But as an instructor, you can talk to them, and time and time again, what it boils down to is, I didn't think that I could fill in the blank for as long as I was going to be expected to. I didn't think that I could be that cold anymore. I didn't think I could be that tired anymore. I didn't think I could be that hungry. All of those things, and they get to a place where they are overwhelmed by the circumstance that they are in, and they raise their hand. And I will say this, I don't like absolutes, so I try to avoid terms like always and never. But I do not remember a student that I talked to that did not express some level of regret. And I've ran into those students decades later. Most of them still carry it.
It's brutal.
It is. Decisions that you make in a microsecond can have lasting impact on your life if you're not careful.
Yeah. Okay, so just to give people some context here as to what we're talking about, you check into BUD/S as a student.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, first deal on the show, give people like a high level, what are some of the evolutions, maybe ones that were challenging for you, Hell Week, like give people the kind of lay of the land.
Yeah, and so again, this is, I went through BUD/S in 1997. I checked into BUD/S January of 1997. So we're almost 3 decades in the rearview mirror, right? So I will try to be as precise as possible, but I also don't want to just have so much memory fade that I'm making stuff up, which happens.
Yeah.
Let's be cautious about that. You're in a dress uniform and you have your orders and you check in and you're assigned to basically the holding cell department again. And then you wait for a class. You have to, you don't just show up and you're like, hey, we're going to start training. They do 6 classes a year. So if you show up in a class, and it starts with first phase and then into second phase and then into third phase, and then you're off on your journey. If there's a class halfway through first phase, you probably have 5 weeks to wait. So that's why they have, when I was there, they called it PTRR, physical training, rest, and recovery, I think. But you would go do a lot of the evolutions that you were going to do in training. And I think this is a misconception too for people. When you get there, they don't shotgun you with anything. There's no surprise test. Like, hey guys, today you're going to get kicked out of here unless you pass this, and we're going to test you on something that you've never done. It's actually the opposite of that. It's crawl, walk, run. It really, really is. First phase is 10 weeks long, or it was when I went through. The 5th week of that was Hell Week, but it's largely just physical training. You're doing a lot of running. You run to every meal. So when I was there, the chow hall was 1.5 miles away. So you're doing 3 miles round trip, 3 meals a day. So you're putting 9 miles underfoot per day just for food. Then you have conditioning runs. You do grinder workouts. I'm sure people have seen pictures with the telephone poles. Well, guess what? You just don't go pick those up and go running down the beach. They literally break you into boat crews, and they're like, this is how you pick this thing up. And for hours, this is where it's way more fun to be an instructor than a student. For hours, you'd have them do that movement. And it's then eventually you arrive in this picture where you're doing these complicated log PTs. The boats are the same, with the guys with the helmets on and they're paddling through the surf. Well, the first evolution you ever do with those is just an orientation to the boats. You pick them up for a bit, you move them around. Maybe you get them into the water, you teach them how to flip it over if it gets submerged with water, and you come back in. And then you run around with a little bit on your head. The obstacle course, the same thing. As the instructor staff, they go through and teach you how to do every single obstacle. Now, that doesn't teach you how to manage your energy or your pace or to be more efficient, but it's exposure. And that's largely what PTRR was when I was there. You would go, like Mondays, you would do a run, bunch of time in the pool, swimming. One of the tests you do in first phase is an underwater knot tying test. So they expose you to the knots first. You tie. Here's a shocker. They teach you how to tie them above water. Then you tie one at a time. And then if you want to, you could tie one, undo it, tie another one. I know people who have passed the test on one breath hold and they stayed down there and tied 5 knots, but you don't have to. You can tie one knot at a time. So it's this slow graduated on-ramp. And then the first day comes and it starts with early morning. Your whole class runs out onto the first phase grinder. And the grinder is just a large concrete or asphalt pad. And the instructor staff is up there. And I can't speak for anybody else, but I was scared shitless. I mean, I'm 150 pounds, 18-year-old kid. People have asked me, like, did you know you were going to make it? I'm like, I knew I wanted to. But I wasn't scared of training when I was in training. I was scared that I wasn't going to be able to make it. And the people that I was looking at, the instructor staff, I mean, it's like, wow, these are the first SEALs I've ever actually met. Like these dudes, I want to be that guy. You know what I mean? So there's definitely this like, holy shit type mentality. And you go in there and it's like the first thing you do is a calisthenics workout, super high speed, some jumping jacks, flutter kicks, good mornings, all sorts, 4 count, 8 count, surprise yourself, whatever you want to do. And what's wild is a bunch of people quit on the first day, every class. And I don't know why. What did you think was going to happen? I mean, nobody wakes up and just shows up at Bud's. Like, oops, well, I guess I'll just give this a try. You volunteer so many times. You take selection courses or selection tests along the way. And I actually would equate it probably to, I think, just like anybody else, it's this different version of getting overwhelmed. They either get too scared or the first day is harder. Like here you want to ruin your chance of success. Be surprised by how hard the first day is and then start asking yourself, does this get harder? And if it does, how long can I tolerate this for? You want to end up with your helmet under the bell? That's how you do it. And so first phase up until Hell Week is a lot of, it's physical activity. It's really what it is. And doing a lot of the evolutions that you'll do in Hell Week, which is the boats on your heads the whole time. Rock portage, which is where you paddle out. You go out to the Hotel Del California and there's a rock. It's not a jetty, but there's a rock formation there. And you literally just paddle your boats in and take the boat from the water, get it up over the rocks onto the beach. It's a iconic evolution inside of SEAL training. And sometimes it's amazing because the surf is big and sometimes it's low tide. You're like, yeah, just carry the boat the half a mile that it is over to the rocks. And yeah, you still got to get over the rocks because I had to, so you have to as well. So Hell Week's the 5th week, kicks off on a Sunday, I don't know, 6 to 8 p.m. Ends on a Friday, 4 p.m.-ish. You get 2 hours of sleep on Wednesday. And that's it. You are awake and moving the rest of the time. I would say 75% of all attrition in Buds occurs between Sunday to Tuesday morning. And if you can get through that, it's not that you are guaranteed by any stretch because, again, injury risk still absolutely exists. Second phase, the phase that I taught, has some diving tests associated with it that can be a little bit of a wood chipper. But again, if you don't meet the performance standard, you can get recycled. So if you fail those tests, you'll at least get another shot at it. But things are looking up for you. It's not that training's any easier. You start wearing a brown shirt instead of a white shirt. So that's how people can visually tell who is a student pre-Hell Week or post. And honestly, man, most of Hell Week for me is an absolute blur because again, it was so long ago and it was painful. I remember some of the evolutions, but the vast majority of it, I think your body, and I say this having 3 kids now. I can't imagine the evolution of childbirth is enjoyable. But yet, women will have more than one. I think your body lies to you and kind of deletes slowly over time how bad it was. Yeah.
Well, I guess in some cases, the outcome is worth the momentary pain.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Children being one of those things.
Yeah. But I also think during those evolutions too, you're hallucinating probably by Tuesday afternoon. I think your body is pushing out a bunch of chemicals kind of just to keep you going. And I think that frays memory a little bit too. I've never met somebody who could give you an exact play-by-play of every single specifically Hell Week evolution. And I think that has physiologically something to do with what's going on inside of your body.
Yeah, it's got to be the sleep deprivation, right?
Yeah, I mean, they feed you well. That's one of the key things, the advice that I give to students, because it was given to me, is just make it to the next meal. And it's one of the main principles in the book. You can look at everything that you need to, like, here's where I am and here's what I want to accomplish. You can focus on this delta if you want to, but your likelihood of success is going to go way down. Hell Week is a Sunday through Friday. Dude, that's a lot. When you're colder than you've ever been in your life and people are quitting, especially when it's somebody that you thought was more capable than yourself. So I'll give you an example from my class. We had some people in my class who had been a part of the previous class. If you can make it to Thursday at Hell Week, let's say you get injured, it's very likely they'll roll you forward. Not a guarantee, but it's possible that you would get rolled forward. Up until that point, you're going to get recycled and you will start the next class on day one as if it sucks. If you are rolled forward or you make it through Hell Week, and this does happen. So for a week after Hell Week, it's reduced physical exertion for sure. It's the only week in training where you don't have to run everywhere you're going. You actually get to wear tennis shoes and you can just walk. Your body is destroyed. If you can't continue training with that class because of the physical toll on your body, this is where myself and Jack Carr separated. He was actually in my class, not physically or mentally strong enough to continue with the rest of us. So I say this to his face, so I have no problem saying it here. And we laugh about it. I tell him my back is still sore from carrying him through buds. He started with the next class as they graduated Hell Week. So you're not going to have to go through it again, right? And this is an example of, yeah, we're trying to, the curriculum is in fact trying to weed out the people that shouldn't be there, but it's not pitted against you. Like, dude, you just made it through Hell Week. You're injured. You're going to have about 8 weeks off, and then you're going to join the class back up. So, yeah, that's the only week where you actually get to walk, which is very, very appreciated. Where was I going with that? What were we talking about?
You said, let me give you an example of somebody that you thought was better than you.
Dude, okay. So we had a guy in our class who had made it to about Wednesday. And a guy who's made it to Wednesday has a lot of spit about what happens between Sunday and Wednesday. And as a student, you really don't. And the other students, like second phase guys, are doing second phase stuff. Third phase guys are out on San Clemente Island. So there's not a whole lot of opportunity to get some beta on what's about to happen. So we had this guy in class, and he was like the oracle of information, right? And if he'd been that far, clearly, because he knew what was coming, this guy's going to be a rock star. He was the first dude to quit in Hell Week in my class. We were in the surf zone. When I went through, it was called surf torture. Now they've changed it to surf conditioning. They have not changed what the evolution is. They changed what they call it. I don't know what that helps with. When he quit, it started a chain of events with other students that followed him that I don't think would have unless they had placed so much faith somehow in their ability based off of his physical performance. They told themselves, if he can't make it, how can I? And I don't remember the exact number. It was more than 6 people that rang out because he got up and left. And he got up and left early. We're talking a couple hours into Hell Week. Nobody's forcing you to do that. You know, I mean, that's a choice. And so, yeah, I'm looking there the first day, like, I'm scared. Do I have what it takes? And then somebody like that quits, who is seemingly gone farther than you, if you think that doesn't make you question yourself a little bit, I mean, that stuff is real. How well can you control your thoughts in those moments? And that's what makes the difference between people who quit and people who end up staying, at least in my opinion, based on my experiences, both as a student and an instructor.
Yeah. And just to wrap up on your time at Buds as a student, like that was one thing that I appreciated in the book, is the way you used it as an example to like get an understanding of chunking your goals, because it applies widely throughout life.
So I didn't understand the value of the chunking. I wouldn't have been able to describe it to you then. So like I was saying, one of the key things that I did hear from somebody who had made it through Hell Week was, don't worry about what day it is. Which when somebody was, if you were to try to attempt that and somebody says that to you, I think it would be common to say, well, that doesn't make any sense. How will I know when I'm done? The reality is you'll be done when you're done. And there's actually nothing to benefit you from focusing on how far you are away from your goal. So the student said to me, just make it to your next meal. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, dude, they got to feed you every 6 hours. If you're up for 24 straight, they're going to feed you imagine the caloric requirement. I mean, you're losing weight. It's probably 10,000 calories at a minimum, if not more than that, per day of just caloric burn. And what a wildly more approachable goal mentally of I'm going to make it to the next meal. And it doesn't really matter if the sun's up. It doesn't matter if the sun's down. I'm going to get fed and I'm going to get through the meal. It's a little bit of a reprieve. They leave you alone a little bit. If you fall asleep at the table, they will pour ice water down your back, which that gets her done, let me tell you. But they leave you alone a little bit and you are just a Hoover vacuum of calories. It doesn't even matter the form. I mean, you want to have a full dinner of chocolate cake, go to town, dude. You're going to leave with an 18 pack. Doesn't matter. So you're just crushing through that. But then you can kind of reset, like I'm going to make it to the next meal. And that actually, it might be too much for people. So make it 3 hours, make it an hour, make it through an evolution. There were times at Buds, for sure. There's an evolution called steel pier, which involves a pier that is made out of steel. It's well documented in some other books. But you're out there treading water. And what they have you do is they have you get out of the water and they're like, okay, now take your cami top off, as if the water's any warmer or colder, whether or not you have a camouflage top on. And then you get back in and people are ejecting during this evolution. And you end up, you're wearing basically spandex shorts the whole time in Hell Week, at least. It's a kind of like a minimum attire. And it's supposed to help with chafing, which it does, but you're still just destroyed. And in the end, you're standing on the steel pier with your arms spread and there's usually a little bit of wind. It's ridiculously, ridiculously cold. I remember that evolution and I wasn't thinking about the next meal. I was thinking about, I just have to survive this. And that's all I focused on. And not like the amount of pain that I'm in, just one foot in front of the other until we can get to whatever the next horrendous evolution is going to be. And then hopefully it's going to be dinner, but, or mid-rats. And then we'll take it from there. I didn't understand the concept of chunking until later, until I went back and talked to those students and they described being overwhelmed. And they said things like, I didn't think I could be cold for another week. I didn't think I could be that tired for another week. And it was whatever the descriptor was but it was the for another week that I realized was crushing people. And that's what I said when we started. It's not a hardware issue at Buds. It's software. Every student that starts day one has done the physical assessment and training. They possess what it takes to graduate physically. Can they control the software to the degree? And that's actually the only difference. I mean, you would be so underwhelmed if you looked at your average Buds class, 200 guys, like, hey guys, let's do a calendar shoot. Let's get down to, just cami pants only and let's get the olive oil out. People would look at them and be like, you guys look like an average group of people, because it's an average group of people. And I'm telling you, the gray man, the lanky kid who finishes in like the 70th percentile, but is always in the 70th percentile. Instructors don't really know who they are. Not top of the class, not bottom of the class, but just grinding, maintaining control of their thoughts. That kid is the one that's unstoppable. Far few people look like Adonis, right? Like if they're carved out of marble, which is I get it. I wish the community looked like that. But for the most part, it's super average people who are attempting something that is abnormal for most people, but they're not bringing bizarre or abnormal physical tools to the table. I tell people the muscles that matter in buds are the ones from the neck up, not the ones from the neck down. So after a week, you have about another 5 weeks of training in first phase. Second phase is all about diving, open circuit, where if you exhale, bubbles come out, then closed circuit, where it just is a loop. Third phase is all about the very, very, very basic tactical introduction to maneuver tactics on the ground, fire maneuver, pistol rifle type stuff, some demo, throw some grenades, San Clemente Island type stuff. And then after that, you're off and running.
So what, okay, so you graduate. How long between graduating buds is it until you get to your team?
So that has changed since I was in. There's an entire structured pipeline now. I believe they're calling it still SQT, SEAL Qualification Training. And I think that's another 18 months in addition to the 6. For us, our entire class essentially got into cars and drove to Fort Benning and went to Static Line Jump School as a class, which was a horrible, horrible idea. I can only imagine that we were just a horrendous administrative nightmare for the Army. I apologize to this day for what we did back in 1997. And then it was from there, that was the last time I saw some of the guys from my class, because West Coast guys went back to the West Coast, East Coast guys went back to the East Coast. So I checked into my team, my very first team, in the same year that I graduated buds. I am not sure that's the case now because I don't know where they go in between buds, which is the basic pipeline, and SQT, which is actually now at the end of SQT, they get issued their trident, the pin that qualifies you as becoming a SEAL. I got that through a training pipeline at my own team. And when I was there, each of the individual teams had their own test, and they put us through an early version of SQT, which they called STT, which I think was SEAL Tactical Training. I think it was about 6 months long, where all the West Coast guys came together, did a bunch of, you took the things that we had learned in buds and elevated the training level and knowledge, but then you went back to your team, and the teams would give you your trident depending on passing the test that they had set up. So I want to say it was a 3-day evolution for us, but you had to go to each one of the departments and you would do an oral test in front of experts from that department. So you'd go to the dive locker and they're like, okay, put together this rig, open circuit and closed circuit. Plan this dive. Here's the tide calculations, the current, the drift, all these things. You're going to do a closed circuit dive from, this is all based in the San Diego Bay, but you're going to do a ship attack. Plot this thing out for me. I need the course and bearing, and how long is it going to be for your first leg? You go to the armory. There's an M60. Take it apart, put it back together. Pistol, rifle, same thing. Talk to me, about 5.56 and 7.62. What are we looking at for like all of those things? And there's just experts in there. Air locker, the same thing. Free fall was not a part of the pipeline like it is now. And actually it was, the air locker was a little bit more of like rigging and rope climbing type stuff as opposed to in-depth parachute operations, but you go all the way through. Comms was the same thing, and radios. And so you're doing three, index cards and studying and stuff like that. And I don't even know what the other teams were doing at that point in time, but eventually it gets to that point. You either pass, and I think 4 of us got our tridents on a Friday, and some people failed. They get a chance to remediate, and maybe they get their, they've put a lot into you at that point. They're going to get you to the point where you have that knowledge base. And so I got my trident in 98. I'd have to look at the certificate. I'd have to find the certificate to look at it. It's somewhere. I have no idea where. And then, man, at that point, you're barely qualified to do the job. That's the welcome aboard. Now shut up and get your notebook out, man. Mm. So about a year of pretty consistent training just to meet the minimum criteria to maybe be a value add more than a liability at an operational element at a conventional SEAL team.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's 98. Mm-hmm. And then I guess, and you go to SEAL Team 5.
Yep. Which is about 100 yards from the Buds compound.
Oh, there you go.
In second phase, you fill out what's called a dream sheet. What team do you want to go to? I was from Santa Cruz. I knew nothing about the East Coast. The even number teams were on the East Coast, the odd are on the West. So I put down 2, 4, and 8. Team 5. My dreams were not considered. Yeah. It's not very fair. I would like to lodge a complaint. No, it's called the needs of the Navy. They're like, that's a cool story.
So why even ask?
I don't know why, actually. I think if there are openings there, it's all head count and manning. I'm sure the West Coast teams had a higher demand for headcount than the East Coast at that time. But maybe I'd like to believe that if there was something that aligned with your dream sheet, that they would let you live your dream.
Okay, so you're at Team 5. When does 9/11 happen in relation to when you went to go screen for DEVGRU?
Well, 9/11 happened on September 11th, 2001.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure because you asked me when 9/11 happened.
In relation.
Let me see here. I checked into the command in December of 2001 because I went through selection in 2002.
Wait, say that again? You checked into the command and oh, okay, pre-selection you're saying.
Yeah, so
okay.
Military, you literally get paper orders. So I detached from where I was at in late 2001 because I went through selection in 2002. So I had to move from the West Coast to the East Coast. I'm pretty sure that selection started, I think it was in February or March, but we moved over there in December, or at least checked in December. The oral interview and the physical test, the 3-day process happened, I want to say it was post 9/11 because I remember being asked about it in the interview process. So I had completed 2 pre 9/11 platoons, which is just the very structured pre 9/11 regimented template of training for roughly 18 months, deploy overseas for 6 months, and then just come back. Yeah, I screened after 9/11.
What did they ask you that you remember about 9/11?
It was more along, when I went through selection, it was not a guarantee that you were going to end up at an assault squadron because there are incredibly high capability boats at that command as well too. And I'm going to be very clear. I'm very dated on what that command is up to. But they asked essentially, where do you want to go? And would you be okay? Are you still interested if you had to go to the boat squadron? I have nothing but the absolute respect for anybody who works on that side. I wanted to be an assaulter. And I'm going to say, I think everybody did too. No data to support that. So what a great interview question. What if we can bring you over, but the only thing we have open is boats? What are your thoughts on that? And you're sitting in this, it's the classic make the interviewee uncomfortable. The horseshoe around you. You're in your dress uniform in this little like fold up elementary school desk where you like wedge yourself in there and you're just like.
Just do that on purpose?
100%. Nothing, almost nothing in life is truly accidental, right? What a fantastic way to get the person uncomfortable. And you're sitting there in this, there's a shrink in there that you just had a conversation with the day before because you got to do, the first day was like PT test, psychological assessment, the bubble test, like all this stuff. Then the next day, the shrink sits down with everybody and talks with you, which is a fantastically wild experience in and of itself. And then you go for your oral interview. That's the last thing that you do. And he's in there in the room too. And I'm sure the shrink has probably told everybody about you before you come in for your interview anyway, right? Because it's not like everybody's in there at the same time. It's one at a time and you walk in there. So I remember the question being phrased through that lens of, knowing where the world is going now. If you're going to end up going to boats, what do you want to do? And my answer was, I don't care where you guys send me. I will do whatever job that you ask me to do. I'm not going to lie and say that I don't want to be an assaulter, but I will do the best job I possibly can anywhere, and I will work myself towards a different position if the opportunity presents itself.
That's a good answer.
I think it's the only one that you can give. So for my class, when we were going through selection, it wasn't until 2.5 months in. Dude, this was a rough day. We were out we were jumping in Arizona. We had been out there for quite some time. And I remember they came in, they had done the draft, meaning they had decided who was going to go to assault and who was going to go to boats. And they said to the class, okay, there's 2 ways we can do this. Do you want us to read off the names of people who are going to assaults?
Oh.
Or do you want us to read off the names of people that are going to boats? And we're going to do it alphabetically. So you're either hoping to hear your name or not, right? And I don't remember how we did it. I think we did it, though, through the names of people that were going to the boat side of the house. And it was a Friday. People were getting drunk that Friday for different reasons.
Yes. Fuck.
Dude, it's gnarly.
Yeah.
So you're 2+ months into that pipeline, right? You've already had your glorious shopping experience, if you will, with the 3 shopping carts. You've already gone through the initial CQB phase. You're now into the jumping phase. And at that point, the people who went to assaults, that was your focus, right? Get you to an operational level where you're not going to kill somebody else in the assault squadron, and then they can work with you. And the other people were going towards focusing on the boats.
Okay, so just take a quick step back. Their boats are like, is it like they have their own advanced SDV sort of thing?
No, it wasn't. It was literally like, what were they called? HSACs, high-speed assault craft. If you look at what the actual origin of Development Group was about, it was about cruise liner takedowns. Much like for the CAG or the Delta guys, it was for aircraft. That was the actual one of the original charters. I also think it's fantastic that neither of those elements have ever actually had to do that for real. But that's what they were largely founded around. So these would be the boats that you would drive up to approach a vessel like that and then board.
So are they the same ones that you guys would jump with?
Yeah. When they would line those things up and push them out of aircraft, holy hell. The first one's moving pretty good. But when the second one gets going, which is way farther inside of the aircraft, and you can see smoke coming off the rollers, bro, yeah. You're like, where can I stand/sit where I am not going to involuntarily become part of this evolution? Yeah. And then the boat guys would chase them out. Yeah. And then they would go get the boat set up, and then the assault guys would go after.
Okay. And then you mentioned so you talked about this interview process, PT, shrinks in the room. This is all before you even get to Green Team.
Oh, this is before you even know if you're going to screen positive. This is all for them looking at the pool of candidates. They released a message, which I think just looks like an email. And it's like, hey, if you're interested in coming to this place, put your name into the hat, inform your commanding officer through the chain of command. You put in a special request shit for the ability to go put your name in the hat. You go and do all those tests. You go and interview. You don't leave that interview knowing whether or not you got selected positive or not. They release another message with the names of the people that did. And I don't think they release a message for the names of the people that didn't. Either your name's on the list or your name's not on the list. And then that aligns you with, okay, these people have screened positive. This is when your selection is going to start. See you then.
Okay, so the psychology stuff for that whole pipeline, was that done on the front end or was that continuous throughout the entire process?
I only saw a psych or a shrink. I don't know which one he was in the initial where he reviewed your bubble test. Have you ever taken one of these bubble tests?
No.
So there's no yes, no answers. It's strongly disagree, neutral, agree, strongly agree. One of the questions that I got was, is the pole vault your favorite televised event? I mean, strongly disagree, of course, unless it's your thing. Why that's on there, I don't know. But then you sit down with the guy. I think I sat with him for 30 minutes, and he asks you some questions. And I actually think it's a little bit of a way for them to do a little bit of a pre-screener. So they have some stuff they can talk to you about in the interview process itself. And one of the questions, he asked me, he's like, do you ever break the law? And I started laughing. He goes, what are you laughing about? I'm like, every day. He's like, what? I'm like, I definitely was speeding on my way to work today. And so then he starts laughing. He goes, you have no idea how uncommon that answer is. I said, what do you mean? He said, I've asked people if they've ever broken the law, and they will sit there in your chair until they are blue in the face and tell me that they have never broken the law. And then I remember asking him, like, how's that interview go for them the next day? He was like, why don't you take a guess? So I've never had a problem talking with psychs and shrinks. Like, I know I'm crazy. It's like, it's their job to help me figure out how to do something with this crazy. So I'm open with them.
If you're like me, then drinking hits way harder today than it used to when you were younger. I'm not really a big drinker anymore for a couple reasons. Number one, when I drink, I do and say a lot of dumb things that I wouldn't if I didn't. And number two, when I drink excessively, at least, I am completely useless and unproductive and feel like crap the next day. However, I do like to have a couple drinks from time to time, maybe one or two with dinner or something or with some friends. And even when I do, the next day feels way worse than it should. And it's no secret that alcohol absolutely crushes your sleep quality. So that's why I tried Cheers Restore. You take it right after your last drink or right before you go to sleep, and it works while you sleep. Honestly, I was a little skeptical, but they sent it to me, and my two friends and I tried it, and the next morning, the difference was very noticeable. I felt way more normal, way less off, and just a lot more functional than I would have normally. And what it does is it helps you metabolize alcohol more efficiently, and it supports overall liver health. And the cool thing with these guys is their claim is simple. You wake up feeling like you drank half the amount that you actually did, or you get your money back. So if you go out and you drink 4 beers, you're gonna wake up feeling like you drank 2. So for a limited time, our listeners get 20% off with code Dalton at cheershealth.com. Again, that's cheershealth.com, code DALTON for 20% off your order. And after you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please support the show and let them know that we sent you. You know what nobody tells you about weeknight dinner? It's a recurring problem that never ends. Every day you gotta figure it out, what to cook, what to buy, how long it's gonna take you to make it, going to the grocery store after you're already fried from working all day. So I use HelloFresh, but not because I wanna become a chef, but because I'm busy and I wanna buy my time back. I don't wanna go stand in the grocery store, shop around for an hour, then go home and figure out a recipe. They send pre-portioned ingredients, step-by-step recipe cards, and meals that are actually doable in around 30 minutes. No overthinking, no grocery store run, no wasted food. You get 100 plus recipe options every week, bigger portions so that you're not still hungry after, and legit quality. Sustainably sourced seafood, antibiotic-free chicken, and seasonal produce that actually tastes like something. They've also expanded steak and seafood options at no extra cost, added more high-protein meals, Mediterranean options, which are my current favorite, and even GLP-1 friendly recipes if that matters to you. So again, the real win for me isn't just dinner, it's getting my time back. So if you hate cooking, if you hate going to the grocery store, if you just value your time like I do, then I highly recommend it. So go to HelloFresh.com/Dalton10FM to get 10 free meals plus a freeze willing knife, a $144.99 value on your third box. Offer valid while supplies last. Free meals applied as a discount on your first box, new subscribers only, varies by plan. Again, that's HelloFresh.com/DALTON10FM, as in Frank and Mary, to get 10 free meals plus a free knife. All right, so you pass the PT and like the pre-screening portion, I guess it's called, right?
You talking about for development group?
Green team.
Yeah, it was, what did they call it? It was an interview process.
Okay.
Yeah. I screened positive. I got the message that we were going to be going and starting in the selection course that started in 2002.
Okay. So you get there.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly is green team? How does it work?
So if Buds is looking for people, they're both about 6 months. So I get probably a good analogy. Buds, the curriculum is looking for people who have the mental toughness to survive in the occupation. Selection, I would describe this, I've never seen this written anywhere, is looking for people who possess the technical ability to perform at the level required for that command. You're no longer being tested to see if you're tough enough to be there. You are being tested on your ability to operate in the variety of areas that SEALs are expected to operate. And it's challenging. You lose probably about 40% of guys. And those guys, this is not the end of the world. There's no guillotine that lops your head off. For whatever reason, and a lot of it happens in the shooting portion, it was about, I think, 30 to 45 days of shooting to begin with. And that is room clearing, starting with 2 people, then to 4. And then, it goes again. It was less of a crawl, walk, run. Let me tell you that much intentionally, because they're trying to ramp up the stress and I appreciate it. So less of a crawl, walk, run, but it's not that it was the first time that anybody had done it. But if you don't meet the standard, it's not like you're a bad team guy. It's not like you're going to be looked upon negatively. And if you want to come back, assuming that you left on terms where they would accept you back and it wasn't for a DUI, which again, that happens also, administrative separation, you're going to get the chance to come back. So you're being tested on your ability to operate as a SEAL. That's what I would describe it as.
So what are the main training blocks?
So the first two for us were, again, the essentially room clearance. And that's a portion of what we were doing. I mean, like you're on the rifle range, on the pistol range. So all of that stuff, like just the kinetic inside of a structure type stuff. Then we went to jumping, and then everything after that was tailored around either structure clearing or the things that you do to get there. Integrating with helicopters, integrating in an urban environment. How do we navigate an urban environment and maybe fight out of vehicles if we need to get to an objective to do our job? And if you think about it, that's kind of the job, right? Find, fix, and finish. Somebody else is probably going to find the person. Maybe they can fix them in place, but at some point in time, somewhere, there is a threshold of a door that is going to need to be opened and crossed. That's where the job kind of begins, in my opinion. So it was all different varieties of that. We did some diving though too, some additional jump training, some FTX or full mission training profile type stuff where you would jump into a vehicle, link up to go do an urban type stuff. So it was all really just focused towards that kinetic environment that the assault squadrons are really oriented towards. And even then, I remember the first kill house run I did with the squadron that I went to, thinking, what? Blown away. Like, what? How are you doing this so quickly? How are you doing this so efficiently? Why is no one talking? How can you read people's body language like this? How does this person know how to do that so well? How are you so accurate at this speed? And then going home that night, looking in the mirror like, do you belong here? It was wild, man. It was cool. I mean, the SEAL teams were everything I thought they were going to be. The selection course was awesome. And then you get to this squad, you're just like, where do you guys keep your capes? I mean, that was my first thought. And that might be stupid to say, but I still remember that feeling of just being blown away by the capability and the lethality of those organizations. It's unbelievable.
So this is after you already make it through and get to your squadron. You said you do that run and you're blown away. Or this is...
Yeah, it was like the first week after you're introduced to your new team, right? You're the new guy. Don't worry. Nobody's watching you on your first run, right? I remember I think it was in the first week. In training programs, there are things that make sense and there are things that you can grade students on. And sometimes they overlap. A good example is when you're going to be, you have a selector switch on fire versus on safe. In a training environment, specifically in selection, they are watching exactly when you are manipulating your safeties. Because A, it's safe, but B, can you follow the protocol and procedure that we're teaching you, right? So it's an additional layer of them taking a look at you. And you were on safe a lot. And I remember on one of the runs, this had to be within my first month, we were outside of the kill house and we were walking up and we were already like in a tactical formation and I was the first guy up front. I was the point man and I was on safe. But I had my gun up. I could have used it. Not that you're going to set up in a training scenario any of these shots necessarily. And one of the guys who had put me through training, who was from that squadron, rolls up next to me over my shoulder and he goes, "Put your weapon on fire." I'm like, son of a bitch. We are not in the training world anymore. Because that, in the world of approaching the kill house in a training environment and selection, no. But it's this, I remember that like, okay, like we are playing by the biggest big boy rules that there are now.
So you're saying as far as like keeping your weapon on safe, the rules changed once you got to a squadron and the way you guys cleared a building was different than how you were taught to or graded on in selection.
So going backwards, the way that we cleared was enhanced from the way we were taught. They were building on that foundation, but moving at a velocity and doing additional things on top of that I hadn't even understood yet. When to be on fire and when to be on safe was the difference between an administrative environment and training like it's for real. Because overseas, let me tell you right now, if I'm on point, and we're approaching a structure, I am on fire. I'm not unsafe. Training scars are very real. You would think it doesn't take any time to flip from one to the other. It does.
What about when you're inside the house?
Depends on where you are and what you're doing. If you're in the stack, you're going to be unsafe. If you're up front, you're probably going to be on fire. If there's nothing in front of you, you're probably going to be on fire. If you're entering a room, holding on a door, squadrons may have a different take on that. The CAG guys may have a different take on that. But it's not that the rules are relaxed. It's that you are expected to understand where you are and what is expected of you and to be prepared to answer the problems that might be thrown at you.
Well, that makes sense. So when you're doing these like the house runs, room clearing, CQB, before you get to your squadron, what are some of the ways that they would like overwhelm you and try to test how you process information?
When you're first starting off, you can have a totally open room and a single target in a corner. Not a lot of information to uptake, process, and have to make a decision. You could structure that as you go. You could put furnitures. You could put furnitures, plural. Great English utilization. Furniture. You could put targets in there, a mix of shoot, don't shoot, barricades, things you have to maneuver around, which if you're going to maneuver and go outside of the standard template that we use, there's probably going to be some communication, verbal and largely in the training environment, mostly body language based in the real world environment. So you can layer in complexity. If you look at to use a simple example, a long hallway, like in any hotel, all the doors are closed. You can see the end of the hallway. That's one type of tactical problem. Long hallway, half the doors are open, half the doors are closed. We're getting more complex. Not that it's harder, but you have to view it differently, right? You probably don't want to just go hauling ass past open doors. You're going to need to take care of that. Then same hallway, doors open on both sides, or a mix of open doors and closed doors. It's checkerboarded down along the way. Not harder, different answer. So you can introduce complexity by just changing the geometry in the room and what's being thrown at the people. And that's exactly what they would do.
Mm. What about something, I think I heard this related to being a part of Green Team, is like the hood drill. Is that part of it?
Depends on when you went through. There was, I'm going to leave the name out of this because I've heard this person is very litigious, but you do a version of the hooded box drill. And, God, it's a part of a particular person's training pipeline. And we did in fact do this. And there's the training that leads up to it, like a self-defense combatives pipeline that we did, where you get hit in the head a lot for about half of a day, and then you would go do kill house runs, or you would do kill house runs and then get hit in the head a lot because they would split our class up. They put a hood over, and I remember it being in a taped box, and you're standing there, and some of them you were armed, some of them you weren't, and it's a snapshot assessment in front of you. The hood comes up. What are you going to do? And sometimes it's a kinetic answer or tactical answer. Sometimes it's a de-escalation. Sometimes the answer is run your ass off, get out of the square. So we definitely did do that. The people who swear by that system will tell you that once you've done that, you have been forged and it would be unsafe for you to do it again. And you have like crossed this lexicon or Rubicon. I thought it was interesting, but I don't think it was earth shattering. We did participate in that. I don't know if they still do that anymore. It was interesting.
So you're saying this was some third party that came in and
third party vendor. Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
So not everything is administered in-house?
No. The best people in the world at fill in the blank are not in the military. The best shooters in the world are not in the military. The best rock climbers in the world, not in the military. You mentioned Jeff Provenzano. He will crush any military jumper. So what do? You bring those people in. And that's also one of the beautiful things about that command is you have the budget to source subject matter experts at fill in the blank, bring them to you, and you can focus on exactly what they do. Take what works for your operational role because they don't even necessarily have to know how you're going to utilize it. Take all of their beta and decades worth of knowledge, absorb that, carve off what doesn't work for the job, and then you can reintegrate and teach the rest of the squadron. So a lot of the training is actually third-party vendors outsourced because you want the best people in the world.
Well, that makes total sense.
Yeah.
And so like, what are they? Obviously, like you said, it sounds like it becomes very operational, right? You're doing like full mission profile stuff towards the end of it, but
You're talking about in selection?
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
But is there something mentally that they're selecting for? Is it like, CQB as an example, is it information processing? Is it decision making?
I never went back as a cadre member for that particular selection course. So the best answer I can give you is I don't know. I mean, it's standards based for sure. They're looking for you to be able to meet the standard. I am aware of sometimes there being personality conflicts, and that can be a problem. And I do know that they circulate so going back to before you even get the message that you're going to be screened positive and going to get the chance to go to selection, they will take a picture of everybody and they will put them up in the squadron space and they will solicit for feedback because there's no test out there that's perfect. And a lot of the times, especially in an interview setting, you're going to get somebody's best face. You would hope, right? I would actually like to meet somebody who's like, actually, I go into interviews and I really just try to.
I commit crimes every day.
Totally. Well, I said I broke the law, what I mean? Which it's like, whatever, it's civil, but yeah. So people put their best face forward, and part of that, of their selection process, is they solicit for feedback from people that may know the individual in case they might have missed something in the official process itself. I don't know. I mean, like, if you put an X by the guy's name, I don't know if that would be enough to change their decision, but perhaps it's a data point that they can reference later on.
Mm. So that's interesting. And like, again, if it wasn't obvious from the context, it's only SEALs that are going through this.
Correct.
So you look at something like a CAG selection, they pull from the entire military.
That's because CAG goes through their selection process, which I've never gone through. And I've talked with Brent's actually probably my best resource on this, and we've only talked about it peripherally. The reason that at Development Group, I think the selection process can look differently is that every SEAL who's ever been a SEAL, we have the pin in the ground of years before we've gone through BUDS. So we've done the crucible where the curriculum is supposed to weed out those people that aren't going to be there. If you pull from all the branches, I think that's a little bit more difficult. So you have to array your training to align with that. The training pipelines are different from my understanding, and I think it's because of that reason.
Well, that's what I was getting at. Do you think it's helpful to only pull from SEALs because like some of the things that they're looking for are already there and they know that because everybody's gone through BUDS and they've been on the team already?
I don't know if it's helpful or not, because if that's all that mattered, then 40% of the guys wouldn't wash out. And you know what I mean? It's there was a guy who was at A Squadron when we were there doing the cross-training workup and deployment, who had been a Navy diver previously. He's fantastic. I mean, I think there's an argument to be made. You're getting somebody from a blank slate and teaching and layering everything on top of that. I think there is some value to that versus maybe instead of just layering on top of a blank slate, you actually have to we got to chip away some bad habits and then reteach, right? Not that that person is not valuable, but that's the conversation. And I don't think there's any wrong in that. I think it's just different.
I would agree. And that's what I'm getting at. And to that point, they do their selection and then they do their OTC. And this is, they're one and the same, right? That's selection and training, or it was at the time.
Talking about for Green Team?
Yes.
Well, the selection had occurred in BUDS. Again, as far as the crucible aspect of it. From my understanding for the CAG guys, there's kind of a crucible aspect to them going through that pipeline as well, which I think there needs to be, because again, you're a little bit less certain of everybody's background, whereas every SEAL that has ever been a SEAL, I can tell you almost everything about their background. You know what I mean? So I think it's just a different approach based on that. I say that as somebody who's only participated in one, and I'm not trying to speak with any level of authority on what the CAG guys do. That's just my understanding from the outside.
No, and same, obviously,
Yeah.
but it's curious to me, what the kind of people that end up at each command, even though the selection processes are different, and you guys are kind of cut from the same cloth. It's just interesting.
I mean, I would be okay with BUDS being a correspondence course online. Now that I'm out of the community, what's the risk?
None.
We'll train them later on. It's going to be fine.
And then you mentioned That's another cool thing that, or I think is cool, is you mentioned clearing a cruise ship. And so
conceptually, at least.
Well, didn't you, like, I'm sure you guys trained on that, right? Like, okay.
Yeah, it's one of their core medals or mission essential task lists, you know.
Do you remember the first time that you did that?
I don't know if I remember the first time that we did. It was just called underways or vessel type stuff. One of the roles that I held when I was there, I was a lead climber. And I don't know how much of this stuff is openly available. There's a variety of ways to get from the surface of the water to the top of a ship. Some of those ways involve me by myself climbing a vessel in the middle of the night, wondering about the life choices that I had made. As the boat would come up to the side and I would get up there and begin my climb, the boat would pull away and wait until I had lowered the ladder that they would get to climb. I remember those days thinking, why did I do this? This is not awesome.
That sounds terrifying, dude.
It is terrifying. It's when you're out in the middle pitch dark ocean and seas with stuff on you that would make it hard to tread water, even though you have, a life jacket that's going to need to be activated though. And that would be tough to get to because of the stuff that I was wearing. Yeah, you have those moments. And yeah, I think I only probably did it once without a top rope connecting me, but also you could just get drugged by the side of the ship and drown if the guy on the top rope, if there's too much, you know what I mean? Like you could get smashed in between the two. It would happen. They would, it would come up a swell and go down and I would start to climb and then you're like, oh no, I've just made an error. Cause you want to start at the top and then the wave just washes you off the vessel. And it's like you're just in the middle of the Atlantic.
There was, what was it, maybe 2 years ago now? Those two SEALs.
The boarding, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have not read, nor would I ever have access to the after action. If you look at what the role of a SEAL is supposed to be, maritime special operations for the Navy, the environment that we should have the most proficiency in is the water. But the water is unforgiving, man. And I'm sure that they were wearing life preservers or flotation devices probably that needed to be activated. We know reading it on a piece of paper, if you enter into the water, you simply need to do this and it'll save your life. I wish it was that easy in real life. Maybe on the boat ride, something shifted, or on the climb, or as you fell, was the person conscious? Were they dazed? Did they hit their head? What I did hear is that the second person that went in did so completely voluntarily because they saw somebody else go in. And, the swim buddy concept is like day one in BUDS. You never go or do anything more than 6 feet away from another student. You'll get, if one of the students does something that deserves remediation, you share in that. If they do something that is really good that deserves a reward, which, spoiler alert, no, doesn't happen, you would share in the celebration.
In theory.
And you talk a lot about caring about the man to your left and right and service above self, but there are some stories from the SEAL community where I have heard of people taking action. And I came up through the same pipelining community they did, and I can only hope that I would have the stones in that moment to do the same thing that they did. I'm not saying that that person knew that they were going to be jumping to their death and drowning, which of all the ways that you can die, I'm going to probably guess that drowning is up there in top 10 worst. I mean, I think burning alive would probably be apex as well, but drowning, from what I have heard, is not a fade silently off into the black type of evolution. But that is it's a level of selflessness that I have never been presented with. And I hope I have it if I ever am.
Well, yeah, I bring it up, man, because it's like even in training exercises, I mean, at that time especially, I'm sure there was plenty of people that got lost in training because you guys try to make it as real as possible. And
yeah, people die in training. And it might sound callous, but I've said this before. I think people should. I don't want anybody to die. I'm not saying that you should set up training evolutions with the intent of people losing their life. But if nobody gets hurt or injured, are you really training at a level that is preparing yourself for the real world application and execution of the job? I would say probably not. So And it's so hard because you're talking about real people with families. But the calculus essentially is, do we reduce the risk in training, but potentially have an increase in fatalities and deaths overseas? Or do you keep it what it is with the knowledge that it will probably reduce real world fatalities and deaths overseas, but people are going to die either way?
Yeah. Okay, so just to wrap up on that cruise ship thing, I only bring that up because that, for me, I feel like would be one of those surreal moments where, like, you know, you get to the big shopping cart room and you're going around, but like something like that, it just, obviously that's what that unit is chartered to do. But the fact that they rented out a fucking cruise ship and you guys are boarding it and clearing the whole thing, like, that's got to be kind of surreal.
I mean, I've heard they're cheap. The number of, looking back now, the number of things that I was so incredibly fortunate and privileged to be involved with, even in a training environment, that were surreal, I don't have the vocabulary to describe. I mean, I've been on TF-160th helicopters as we're buzzing the streets of LA so low that car alarms are going off. And then just popping up and like aviation at a level that I'd like, what? And just boom, like landing right where they need to be and offloading people and peeling off. Like, what? It's countless, man. The cruise ship and all of those, lower on the list. Lower on the list. Yeah.
Helicopters in LA sounds kind of cool, so I get that.
I was thinking about that too. I'm like, isn't this scaring people? Then I realized they're making movies there all the time. They probably just thought it was the latest Steven Seagal movie that was getting filmed, you know?
All right, so lastly on Green Team, isn't there a like a high-risk SERE? I don't know if it's at an Air Force school or something that's part of it.
There is. I actually think it's called exactly that. It's called High Risk SERE. And it was, let's see, we had been told what squadron we were going to go to before that. And that was actually the last school that we attended in my Green Team course because they ended Green. I forget, we had another block of training after that. I don't remember what it was, but the squadron at the time that had been tasked with guarding Hamid Karzai in Afghanistan was getting ready to rip out or rotate in place. And they needed to backfill. This was after the ambush, so I wasn't there for the ambush aspect of that. They basically took the guys from our Green Team class and plussed up the bodies with that squadron. So we left from that high-risk SERE and essentially almost went straight to Afghanistan in late 2002. Yeah.
What was the ambush? Somebody tried to ambush Karzai?
I don't know if I would call, I guess technically it meets a term of an ambush. Yeah, I believe it was one of the police officers. It was somebody who was lining the streets. He was driving in a vehicle and they took shots at him. That did not go his way.
And you said you were in that SERE portion when, okay. So did you finish?
No, it was after that. So that attack had happened. The squadron had still stayed there. They were rotating them back. And I don't remember the specifics of why, if it was, they were not rotating the whole squadron back. They were sending people back. And it was either for just so they could train for the next rotational cycle. For whatever reason, they had removed some of the squadron so they could come back to the U.S., but they needed additional bodies. So they took the people from a couple of the squadrons that were in Green Team and we plussed up those bodies.
Okay.
And then handed it over to a civilian security company.
I'm sure you love that. That PSD is what they call it, right?
That's what they called it then. It is the worst job imaginable. You are 100% reactive. And you can get real paranoid real fast because you're just sitting there looking for people doing nefarious stuff. And you can really talk yourself into people doing nefarious stuff if you give yourself enough time.
And you got to just eat it?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, unless they do something grossly, hostile act, hostile intent, you're probably going to eat it. Yeah.
So what did you think of that SERE school? What stands out?
It's interesting. I don't know how much we are allowed to say about that school. I don't want it to sound like it was some agency Jason Bourne course. I just don't know how much is out there about what occurs there. And it's not some high-speed JSON board training course. What I would say is the initial SERE school that you go to in the Navy is very baseline introduction. That course, I would say, is more an interrogation, maybe even / interview survival. It's more soft skills than hard. It's how do you answer questions without answering the whole question? How do you stay in a safe, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm going to have to give you a little, or you break me to the point where I have to say something, how do I recover from that and then go back to where I was? Again, not some like high level, like CAA agency type thing. I'm just not certain how much is out there about that course, but it was interesting. I will say this, and this is one of the things that sticks out about that. So a lot of this stuff is scenario-based training, which is fantastic. But you'll be in there. It'll be your turn in the box. And your entire class is sitting there watching you through this glass that isn't thick enough to stop you from hearing them laugh at you when you mess up. And some dude who has worked there for years, who is just eating your lunch left, right, and just mentally just hula hooping and jump roping at the same time around your BS that you were spraying him. And your class is laughing at you. You're like, dude, I'm trying to take this seriously. And it gets to the point where like sometimes the instructor would even break up laughing. You're like, okay, let's talk about this. Because the guys I worked with, it's like blood in the water. I mean, God help you if you show them the underside of your belly a little bit. If you give them something to claw in on, like stand by.
So it's literally like a glass box in the center of the room that they have you in?
Yeah, there's like elevated seating on the other side.
Are you serious? Wow. So is that so people can learn from each scenario?
That's my understanding of it, yeah. Or it's just like, this is a way we can keep a class entertained when it's not your turn in the box. But you do learn, because it's not like people are creating new ways to make mistakes. It's a lot of repetitive stuff. And then as you get better, because you can't, they're like, oh, that was a little bit embarrassing, I'm not going to do that. Well, then the guy in there playing the interrogator will hit you with something else. And then your class is laughing at you. And then, they'll, they can evolve from there. And then it's pretty cool.
So is it like a closed top glass box that you're enclosed in?
Think of it as a classroom where one of the walls is glass. And your friends are laughing at you on the other side. Yeah.
That sounds funny.
It is when you're not in the box.
Yeah. So I would imagine, okay, so that many repetitions, yeah. I don't know how many people in your class, doesn't really matter, but like from the first to the last, you're going to see a lot of iterations of people trying to keep their story straight, yeah. and where the interviewer or interrogator broke them. Are they like...
It's not even break them sometimes. They can trip you up in your own BS.
So is it like, do they do any sort of like, do they debrief it at all? Do they like point out what just happened?
Don't get me wrong. For every like comical laughter session, there is a pretty thorough after action for every iteration. This is what I was trying to do, and this is what I was able to do by taking this approach. And did you guys see how it spun off or corked off into orbit? This is why you don't do that. This is what you could have done. This is what you should have done. This is what happens when you get too complex. You know, simple stuff is honestly, tactically, and even in that world, probably better off.
Mm. Anything from that course that, like any skills that you were able to take with you and use outside of the military?
No. What I take from those courses, even the initial SERE school, is that I think I'd rather save one for myself than end up in that situation. Because everybody is going to break at some point. And the reality is, even though I had a security clearance at one time, I had a TSSCI security clearance, I did not have access to like this high-speed understanding of secret programs. I mean, especially post 9/11, you could kind of look at what was eventually going to happen. You were going to end up on YouTube with your head getting sawed off. Maybe just short circuit that process.
Well, I talked to Brent about this too, and he said, I don't know if he was talking about I think he went to a couple different SERE schools as well, but I don't know if he was talking about the one at the unit, but he said the one he was talking about was that a lot of it was basically just laying out ahead of time For example, like if you were made to burn an American flag, like if you're gonna say no to that, then know that that's your choice ahead of time, and know why you were making that choice, and be comfortable with it, because like, you know, you can argue both ways, right? Like it's just threads, and like everybody at home that sees that video online is gonna know that you were made to do that. Nobody's gonna judge you for that, or at least I wouldn't.
I'm sorry. Have you ever been on the internet?
Yeah, I guess I misspoke there, but the sane ones, the internet is not a real place.
Have you ever met the people who are on the internet? They're not sane.
Well, I'd like to believe it's just a loud minority.
I tend to land on that. I think that's what it is.
I'd like to believe that. I don't know if I do believe that, but.
Have you ever heard my theory on internet access should come with an IQ test?
No, but I like that.
We all should get it. But if you're a dum-dum, you get dial-up. And if you're Elon Musk, you can have fiber optic cable. Well, I mean, again, pros and cons to everybody, and there's certainly some weird things about that guy. He comes off to me as a pretty intelligent dude. If your IQ is well into the triple digits, Cat5 fiber optic cable. If you're going to sit here and argue with me that the Earth is flat, you get 1996 dial-up.
Not averse to that.
Yeah.
All right, so make it through Green Team, you get to your squadron.
Yep.
Were you at Gold Squadron the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned before just showing up there and doing the first house run with your team, and you mentioned doing some shopping and things like that. But I guess what was that like showing up there? Do you remember just the first day you walked in there?
Like the command itself before selection even started?
After you make it to your squadron, showing up to your squadron.
Yeah, I mean, the assault team squadrons at the time there were in a building that you would never go into. The training area was separated geographically from where the guys who were up in the assault squadrons were at. So it was kind of surreal to go up there for the first time and see that you have a cage issued to you. I need to be real clear here too, because I don't want to ever make my experience out to be what it wasn't. I spent the minimum amount of obligated time at that command. I spent 4 years there, which is what I signed up for. I didn't leave necessarily in the terms that I wanted to, and it was all associated with getting injured overseas. But there have been people who are there for like 12, 14, 16 years. So I just don't want people to think that I did any of that. Like, I'm always very clear, minimum amount of time at that command. Don't confuse me with people who spent an entire career there. Having said that, yeah, that day that you go up there and you get to the second floor and there's the team room, and you go into the team room for the first time, and there's the plaques of, the lists of the names of the people from all the green team classes. And you're just like, man, wild. Welcome to the show. Hope I don't suck. See how long I can hold on before they realize I probably don't belong here.
Somebody's going to notice.
Yeah, they haven't noticed yet. Keep it together, keep it together, keep it together.
So the people at that command, or, by all accounts, some of the smartest people in the world, right?
And some of the dumbest.
Sure. So what's an example that you can share with us that stands out about that?
About what? Some of the smartest people?
Yeah.
What's the difference between smart and intelligent?
I don't know.
I don't either. I would describe them as intelligent. And without being able to describe the difference between being smart and being intelligent, I feel like, to me, it's people who are intelligent. They can learn, they can build on what they have. And maybe the mark of intelligence, smart may be a metric of where you're at, but intelligence may be a metric of where you can go from where you're at. I could have totally messed that up. But for the purpose of this next 5 minutes, that's what I'm going with. Their ability to learn is unreal and apply in real time, super high, stressful environments. I mean, an example of just the caliber of people. I think a lot of times people may be under the impression that we're always like really near each other and that we're all experiencing the same thing. The reality is oftentimes you're very disaggregate and we're connected by a radio. And just an example of the caliber of some of the people, or specifically one guy I'm thinking about, I'll keep his name out of it. There are times overseas where things are happening that are not awesome. And you might think that, hey, might be the last time that I ever get to do anything. And I can't speak for anybody else, but there have been times where I'm right at the limit of emotionally what I'm going to be able to handle. You're scared to death. You do not know if you're going to be able to do whatever it is that is required of you. And this one particular person that I worked for, their ability to maintain control of their emotions at all times, regardless of what was happening, and to come over the radio, even though experiencing the same thing that I was, and talk in a cool, calm, collected manner, logically and objectively. It was like lifting the plug out of a bathtub full of emotional water and just sinks it down. I wouldn't have been able to do that in that moment. It's something I've tried to emulate ever since. To me, that's a metric of intelligence and being able to grow and to adapt into those environments. And it's that particular individual is the single best example of enlisted leadership that I was ever around, potentially leadership in the military.
Can you say what was happening at that time?
We were on the receiving end of things that were moving at thousands of feet per second with, I tell people concealment wins in hide and seek. Cover wins in gunfights. Don't confuse the two. You can in hide and seek because both will achieve the intended purpose. Sometimes the rock you're behind isn't as big as you would want it to be. And it sucks, man. If you're getting ambushed, it sucks. Ambushing people is way more fun. I don't know if I should use that term, but honestly, that's what it felt like at the time. But dude, to have that example of somebody who has their shit together so well, so many times, whether it's a little problem or a big problem, they have the answer. They'll work through it. No elevational change in their emotions or mentality, just down the middle of the road, solid 100% of the time. And I know those are broad examples, but honestly, those are the ones that have stuck with me the most in my life because I recognized it, not always in that moment, but afterwards, and thought, I have got to spend the rest of my life trying to be able to emulate this, or at least working towards my ability to emulate it because it's so powerful.
Do you think that that is a learnable quality, or do you think that it's experience-based?
I think it's both. And again, there'll be people who have more propensity to be able to do that. And then we all have our glass ceiling. Not everybody's always going to be a great leader. Sorry. And not all leaders are going to function well in every environment. Hence the crucibles and the selection courses, because you're looking for people who are more attuned to those things. But you can take the same principles. And again, not to bring it back to the book, but that's the thing. It's like these things that happened in a world that people think is not available to everybody else is 100% applicable in almost every aspect of life. The hard part is, how do I explain that in a way that makes sense or is usable?
Do you think with that guy, do you think that that was just like who he was, or do you think it was because he was in 100 gunfights prior to that, or both?
Both, but experience is, you can't write off the experience and time in the saddle. And there was a vast difference between his time in the saddle and mine.
Was that one of the first times you got shot at?
First time I got shot at, I didn't know I was getting shot at because we were wearing all the chem bio stuff and I just was looking through soda straws. And then the next morning went and looked at the helicopter. There was like 28 holes in the helicopter. And we're sitting there like, where were you sitting? Where was I standing? How did not a single person get shot? Except for the door gunner.
Oh, he did get shot.
He did get shot, yeah. But we went back and looked at that helicopter like, I mean, did I reach up and scratch my ass? And it's like, and it was wild.
Wow. What was that, like Iraq with the Saddam chemical weapons thing? Or
that was the first target that we were tasked with actioning in the kickoff of the Iraq War, which was the #1 chem bio target, which ended up being like an agricultural school. But we had the bells and whistles on. We had it all.
Was that a dry hole, or was there people there?
Oh, it was definitely a dry hole. Definitely a dry hole. Yeah, there was a greenhouse though.
There you go.
Maybe bring some soil samples back.
Something, yeah.
And we bring the tomato plant too. Like, military intelligence is often right and often wrong. What are you going to do?
Well, it's your job to figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, that was a large to do. We thought it was a large to do, and it ended up being not much. There was the external, I mean, the snipers were up on helicopters and little birds engaging people, but internally and in the building itself, we didn't do anything or encounter anything, which would make sense if you go to a place of learning in the middle of the night. There's probably not going to be anybody there.
Okay, so where'd you go first? Well, outside of the cars I detail, like what was your first like actual rotation?
Iraq right after that. So Iraq was in March of 2003. Karzai was in October of 2002. And then it was just ping pong back and forth, just on the rotational cycle.
Do you remember your first like kinetic hit with that unit?
I mean, technically the Chem-Bio facility would be the first kinetic hit. It was far less kinetic than people would probably think. Not that there weren't large elements fighting other large elements inside of Iraq at the time, but I mean, I think we were on one of the first C-130s into Baghdad. We did the Chem-Bio, we actioned the Jessica Lynch target, went into Baghdad, and it wasn't gunfights every day. I did not fire my weapon in Iraq on that deployment, as did the vast majority of people that we were with. It was early. If you look at it, I actually, for better or for worse, I would say 2006 to 2008 were the most kinetic times in that actual war zone. I think the enemy took a little bit of time. They took a step back first, took a little bit of time, got a game plan together, and then it ramped up for sure.
What was the Jessica Lynch thing again? Was she wasn't there, right?
She was there.
Oh, she was there.
I've actually had her on my podcast. It was fascinating. She had never met somebody from my side. She was part of a vehicle convoy near Nasiriyah, got separated due to the speed at which her small section of the convoy was moving in comparison to the people that were in front. The classic, should have gone left. I think we took a right. Which way are we going? They said keep taking rights. I actually shouldn't joke about it because it's so horrible and the loss of life with the people that she was with. So they ended up in Nasiriyah, and she ended up very badly wounded. And I believe, based off of the forensics of the other bodies that were found, the vast majority of the people that were with her were executed. Whether they were alive when they were executed, if you get the point that I'm making, or they were just shot again at close range after they had passed, I don't know. Their bodies were eventually found, I believe, in shallow graves at the hospital with which we had ended up going to. And there was a walk-in source doctor at the hospital who had seen her. He carried a video camera back into the hospital in a bag and actually had a panning shot across her face, which was the trigger for us to surge up there to do some very hasty prep and planning to conduct an assault on that particular compound, a helicopter assault force and a ground assault force. The intel was super gnarly. It was the hospitals were being used by the Fedayeen at the time as staging areas, which is not, from a tactical play, not an unsmart move. I mean, people understand the law of war, the rules of warfare, Geneva Convention, things of that nature. Whether they follow them, that's a different story. But it's like, hey, likely not going to strike a mosque or a hospital, so we're going to do what we do. And the intel brief I remember getting was there could be, not would be. They definitely did not say would be. There could be between 50 to 500 Fedayeen at the hospital because it was a staging area. They had buses and all sorts of stuff. So that's what we were planning on. Hostage rescue stuff. You will accept a higher risk to force to execute that because of what it is, hostage rescue, obviously. It's a different tactic as well, the way that you clear. You're prioritizing speed and violence of action over slow and deliberate. So we planned. I was in one of the Blackhawks that landed in the courtyard. They did little birds to the roof, little birds to the courtyard, Blackhawks to the courtyard, ground assault force. No shots fired internally. Any fighters or insurgents that would have been there had moved out. We did not know that going in there with the limited amount of people that we had. We thought we knew exactly which hospital room she was in, and wrapped up a set of stairs, went to the right, opened the door that she was supposed to be. I did not. I'm speaking for other people at this point. I was at a different position in the hallway facing the opposite direction. And she was not in there. So they started opening other doors. And on the other side of the hall, if it was like a T intersection, she was supposed to be to the right. She was 2 doors off to the left. PJ went in there, did what he could. They got her on a stretcher, got her onto a helicopter, got her to a JMOW C-130, and her journey off began. I think we overnighted back at the bombed out bunkers that we were doing our planning in, caught a C-130 out of there back to Saudi Arabia where we were staged, and then surged into Baghdad.
That's awesome, man, that you get to be a part of that.
That was the second real world operation I ever did. It's a slight, very short on-ramp between conceptual and practical.
Wow. Yeah, because how many people actually, percentage-wise, get to be a part of a real-world hostage rescue?
I don't know, but probably pretty low. Most of the time, I think, just because it doesn't happen often. Yeah.
That's crazy. And you had her on your show?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I met her at a hotel conference room where she lives. And yeah, interesting conversation for sure. She, that story got so far out of control and had absolutely nothing to do with her. And in my words, not necessarily anybody else's. She was really manipulated, and it was turned into this, I remember people saying she needs to be the first female Medal of Honor recipient, and people talking about all these things that she did. And she never said any of those things. It was interesting to see a narrative like that losing control absent any input from the people actually directly involved.
Mm. Yeah, it's interesting how that happens, huh?
I think the U.S. needed a feel-good story.
Yeah, well, we need one now, I think, so.
What are you talking about? What's going on? Are you reading something that I'm not?
Yeah. The loud minority, my friend. So I guess what was, what stands, so you did 7 deployments. You got shot on your 7th, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said you were going back and forth to Iraq and Afghanistan. Was there, I guess what was the first deployment that was very kinetic in nature where the operational tempo was high?
The operational tempo was high on all of them. I guess when I hear the word kinetic, I'm talking about like an actual tactical engagement with the enemy. It varied, man. It's, again, it's not, God, I got to ask Brent this the next time I talk to him. I'd say half the objectives you go to are dry holes, man. You do the best you can with the intel you have, right? A lot of people, make a joke about military intelligence. They are awesome people doing the absolute best that they can. Human sources coming in, trying to avenge a grudge from 3 generations ago, it's like, you know what I mean? So much of the stuff gets wrapped into that. It's not running and gunning every night. It wasn't during my time there. And again, this is another reason why I'm really cautious to not overemphasize my exposure and experience to this. I mean, they all were to a degree. I mean, we saw combat in all of them. But it's just not the velocity and the frequency that people would think. And it goes from moments of absolute boredom and frustration because you are at the wrong place again. I'm not the wrong place, but the person you're looking for isn't at that place, or you didn't go to the right place to begin with. And then on a dime, it flips, and then you are at the right one. And it's a real interesting headspace you can get into. You don't want to get complacent and like, oh, it's going to be another dry hole again. But you also probably don't want to go in there like, oh, hey, we're going into the lion's den again on this one too, because you kind of got to take the world as it presents itself to you, not what you want it to be. It's tough.
So what stands out mission-wise from that entire time frame while you were there? Maybe something hairy, things that stand out.
Well, at Development Group?
Yeah.
I mean, getting shot sucked. That was a deployment where I'd say the operational tempo was damn near every night. And it was based largely off the cell phone network, which the U.S. had control of at the time. I think that's an open secret at this point. So at nighttime, they would turn it back on. And electronics are a pretty easy way to keep track of people. Also not a closely held secret. So There was a list of whether it be phone numbers or SIM card numbers or names or associators that, that they would want to go after, and they turned the net on. It's like, and so we were very busy, for sure. And to the best of my memory, we were going after a kidnapping cell that had not kidnapped somebody, but was planning to kidnap somebody. Somehow it was involved. There was a kidnapping ring. And it was absolutely no different than any other objective that we had briefed. It didn't seem to be a higher level of threat or risk. We drove in on this particular one, walked through a literal burning garbage site, dump, if you will. Made some noise along the way, trying to geographically locate the person that we were going after. Some other people saw us down an alley, so we went down the alley afterwards to kind of secure those areas off, made a little bit more noise. Came back, and while they were identifying specifically the building that we were going to go inside, we had ladders with us to get over walls. So I was up on a ladder looking at the building, which in hindsight, I probably should have recognized, like, hey, the lights are, or a light at least is on the inside, and I didn't remember it being on as we walked through, even though I don't know if I would have had line of sight to it because the wall was higher. The walls are like usually about 8 to 10 feet high, super thick too. But it was washing out my nods a little bit. Nods, yeah, my favorite things in the movies. People turning lights on if somebody's wearing night vision goggles. They're like, oh my God, it burned my eyes. No, they just auto shut off.
Doesn't happen in real life?
No, they auto shut off so it doesn't kill the sensor that's inside of there. I guess the light could hurt your eye, but it's as if people are like pretending a laser beam is shooting you through your eyes. You're like, no, you're like, dude, it just auto shuts off. But it'll wash it out a little bit. But I looked at that. I looked at that side of the building that we were going to make entry on. I'm going to guess for about 5 minutes, and I didn't see a single indication of anybody in there. I didn't see a curtain. I didn't see a shadow. I didn't see movement. And I think we eventually got people on the roof. People went to the other side as well, and they decided that was going to be the one. So I was the first over the ladder into the courtyard. I hung up there and waited for a couple other people. We were going to breach the door. You're not going to send a breacher up to place a charge by himself. So there's going to be a security element that goes with him. So I was going to do that. And it was a lot like a very traditional, like L-shaped house where you have like a living room area and a big window. And then there's the front door. And then the garage kind of comes out like a 2-car garage. Very classic shape. But it wasn't a garage. It was part of the structure, but there was a big blacked out window. And I was eventually probably just going to hang up on that corner, but I didn't want to turn my back to a window that I hadn't looked in. So I was making my way to that corner, kind of just shifting back and forth, looking from the left to the right. And I turned my head to the right to look inside of the blacked out window, and I just heard gunfire and felt like I got slapped in the side with a baseball bat. People ask what it feels like to get shot. Not awesome is the short answer. I would say if you put like a 9-inch nail in a baseball bat and gave it to like peak steroid Mark McGuire and said, just give me one right here. That's, I think, about what it felt like. It sucked for sure. My first thought was because my entire leg, it felt like the funny bone had been smashed. My entire leg felt like that. And my very first thought as I was kind of spinning towards, because all I had was my right foot. I kind of just pushed off and ended up sliding under a vehicle, which also wasn't awesome because I was looking directly at the dude who was still shooting where I was. Not great. Pinned like my gun underneath me. An absolute hot mess. So there's like Jason Bourne and then there's like me under a vehicle. That's basically the two ends of the spectrum. It sucked. But as I was turning, my first thought was I'm going to be dead in minutes because I assumed it had shattered my femur in all the associated arteries. And it was so high up, I wasn't going to be able to get a tourniquet on it. And we do a lot of medical training and you can fit almost the entire blood volume of your body inside of your upper leg space. So I was like, that's it. Like, this is going to really suck. Ended up underneath the vehicle, unable to return fire because my weapon was underneath me at that point. And I also ended up somehow getting stuck on the undercarriage of the vehicle with like my gear, which was also amazing. I'm trying to get out and I can't. People start shooting back. The Army guys came in on the other side. I am not super clear exactly on what happened. And people have asked me a bunch about Tyler Gray and he and I's relationship. He was injured by a breaching charge on the other side of the door. So we actually ended up getting medevaced out together. I think a total of 8 people ended up getting injured to a variety of severities. The most injured were put into helicopters and flown to the Green Zone Hospital. I was put in the back of an Army vehicle. But literally, I went from standing up, thinking I'm Captain America, everything's going great on target, to underneath the vehicle, having to rely on my friends to pull me around a corner, cut open my pants as I refused to move my hand because I'm like, direct pressure. He's like, move your fucking hand. My buddy Sean Evangelista, who I've had him on the podcast too, and he's just like, why didn't you move your hand? I'm like, direct pressure. He cuts it open and he's like, that doesn't look good. They drug me out of the courtyard. They, wadded up a bunch of Curlex and basically put an ace, and I'm sitting there with just holding it. And they gave me my gun back, which was kind of awesome. At least felt better about my ability to do something. Outside of the courtyard is all that other stuff is going on. So all the other stuff that happened on target, I only heard. But man, I wish there was some super awesome story about it. Never saw the guy who shot me. From what I was told from the people that were behind me, just raised a gun up and just full on just started cracking off rounds. So the first round hit me. The second round, I guess, or one of the subsequent rounds, burned my belt. So I think if I hadn't have pushed off and spun, it would have been a higher, like a pelvis shot. It traced about 4 inches of my belt, and the copper jacket of the round is actually melted to the webbing of the belt as it passed through on the side.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty gnarly, man. But it's like a lot of the other stuff. It's you go from nothing to, oh my God, to nothing because it slows down. Target's secure. Don't think anybody lived on that target. But then it's like you got to deal with the medical issues, and you get medevaced, and some people are on a helicopter, and then I'm in the back of a Bradley fighting vehicle, and then I'm dropped off at the hospital in the Green Zone, and then I'm in a hospital room or an ER for a bit, CAT scans up into a room, and then helicoptered over to Balad, and you're there for like half a day on an amount of morphine that could get an elephant high, and then they fly you to Germany, and then you're in that hospital, and then you're home. So it goes from like not boredom, but like business as usual. Everything is falling apart. Business as usual. And all of that was in, on target. For me getting shot to probably starting the medevac, minutes. So I wish I had some sweet war story to go with it, but how did this happen? I failed. Did I let anybody else down? Did somebody else get hurt because of me? Like, why didn't I see that person? What did I miss? And obviously now years later, I land on, I don't know if I could have done anything different. You know what I mean? You play that game. I've seen people on incredible runs in Vegas just throwing number after number after number, man. But you sit there long enough, 7's coming.
I guess so.
Yeah.
So Tyler got hurt from a charge?
They had made entrance on the other side of the building and were working their way down a hallway. To my understanding, so if you're looking at the L where the garage area was over here and the window the guy shot me from, internally there was a hallway that was leading towards that and would make a right-hand turn. But the breaching charge was up on this door. So as they were coming, they were maneuvering towards an explosive charge. And he ate it at a very close distance.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
Is that when he lost a piece of his arm?
Yep.
So you guys hit the target from both sides of the house?
So I don't know at a higher level because I wasn't on that radio net. My radio would be connected with the team that I was with. My team leader would probably be dual hatting and listening to a command net as well as what's going on target. Nor do I actually remember anything that was said on the radio after I got blasted. I was kind of checked out a little bit at that point. I don't know if the element leader on our side was aware that they had made entrance on the other side. I have never had the opportunity to sit down and talk with that person, and I don't want to make an assumption. My guess is that when they gave the call to clack the breach off, my guess is that he did not know that the element had made entrance and was maneuvering because it would just be dangerous to do so. It's again, slow, rapid, so many decisions need to be made and back to slow. But it was an error, which I assign no blame to other than that's part of some of the risk of the job. I don't think he knew that they were internal.
How does that not happen more often?
luck sometimes.
So what was the situation? You said that was when you were with a squadron. Mm-hmm. Were you guys attached to them? Were they attached to you? What was going on with that?
I guess technically it would have been both. They sent a team with our guys to Afghanistan, and we sent a team with them to Iraq. My understanding of why that program started, because we weren't the first people to do it, is that at the time they were specifically focusing on only Iraq, and Development Group was only focusing on Afghanistan. And I think they wanted to allow some level of crossover in case there was either need to augment or do something unilaterally, which is super smart.
Yeah. Wasn't there a time, I think you've said this, that the two didn't play well though?
I think that was largely pre 9/11. Because absent an enemy, let me tell you, we will fight each other, specifically when budget and relevance is on the line. Because relevance and budget are pretty closely tied. From my experience, at just a dude to dude level, fucking awesome. Those guys are amazing. At the senior officer level, where they're fighting about who's going to do what and who has money, probably less cordial would be my guess. But that was never air that I breathed in. So, like Brent is an awesome friend. Like I am still friends with guys who were on target with us that night. They're freaking awesome people. They're like the two communities are defined by their similarities, not their differences.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like you said, I would imagine like the guys are pretty much the same, but then when you get to the politics at the upper level, that's where things start to move away from each other.
I'm actually really glad I never got anywhere near that. It's the exact opposite of what I would want a career to be.
And so you said that was a whole deployment that you spent with them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because
28 days of a deployment. My bad. Sorry, guys. Gotta go.
Happens.
Toodles.
So it was a geographic thing. Like one had Iraq and one had Afghanistan?
That's my understanding of why that existed. It was just to make sure that currency in that particular battle space didn't completely disappear, because they are different. Like Baghdad is like, damn, dude, it's like super urban, and Afghanistan can be super mountainous, right? They're very different skill sets.
Mm-hmm. So did you have to do any sort of like pre-deployment training with them, or did you just jump right in and kind of figure it out?
I think we did about 6 months with them. We would go down to Bragg and their guys would come up, and they did, and maybe they still do, clearance slightly differently, which was awesome because we got to learn how they do it and we integrated that. And I think their guys learned how we did it and integrated that. And it's, it varies by degree, not by kind or type. It's just a different flavor or way to look at it. And I want to stay out of like the particulars of that because it's a TTP, I think should be protected at all times. But not galactic or catastrophic differences, but a little bit of time to figure out differently how they move. So that way you can seamlessly integrate with how they move and you're not like this, fifth leg.
What about like the dynamic versus deliberate? Wasn't there a time where it was all dynamic and then maybe something happened and you're like, why the fuck are we running in here?
Yeah, there was, I think on both sides, the green side, meaning CAG or Delta, and the blue side, meaning Development Group. I think there were instances on both sides where there was casualties, if not fatalities, based off of using tactics that we used before. So why not keep using them without really maybe taking a critical look at the evolution of the enemy that they were facing? On our side of the house, I am pretty sure there was a target in Iraq that was actioned. It was by Gold. Actually, I'll leave the names of the people who died out of it, but they made entry into a room and there was essentially somebody buried underneath rugs who had their automatic weapon fixed at the most vulnerable position for the assaulters coming in. So they had the greatest advantage. They had the biggest disadvantage. And they determined that because they do their own after action reports as well. That was kind of the end on the blue side of people running into rooms unless there was a really compelling reason to do so.
Yeah. Well, that makes a lot of sense when you can Monday morning quarterback it 20 years later, I guess.
Know.
But
what makes even more sense, and I wish that the military was the fine-tuned scalpel and could evolve in real time. Not that it can't, but it often seems to lag behind in an incident like that. In talking to a lot of people who were around during that time, a lot of the precursor identifying markers that type of thing was happening already existed.
Mm. So what were your injuries like that night and then moving forward?
The round that impacted either clipped the sciatic nerve or it seems like as if it was coming apart because it spackled all over my left leg, high up on my hip. So nerve issues were the biggest issues that I had. When I got to the hospital, my single largest complaint was that my ankle felt like it had been run over by the Bradley fighting vehicle that I had arrived to the hospital in. And so they were great. They were gingerly cutting off my shoe. They go and they give me an x-ray. They're like, were you fucking with us? Like, it fucking hurts. Because it did. And of course, I had watched all these movies where, because we had the auto injectors of morphine, but you watch the movies and then these people drift off into La La Land. I'm like, okay, I don't want that to happen, so I'm just going to eat this. And I got to be ready. I wish I had borrowed people's and just like, just jab myself. Because even at that point, I hadn't had any morphine. And so then the doctor started putting pieces together like, okay, you got what you're feeling is nerve issue. Like your ankle is actually completely fine. It's great. What you're feeling is the nerve is either severed or interrupted to the point where it essentially may be severed. So for about a year, I had hemiplegia, which is drop foot. I could not dorsiflex my foot at all. Slowly that came back, but I had been dealing with residual nerve issue ever since. And it was about a year and a half process before I weaned myself off of the meds just because it was a real rough go of a lot of medications, a good amount of alcohol on top of that. Neither of those, well, the alcohol specifically not prescribed, but I've been around some doctors, so I kind of have my MD. But then it was the nerve stuff was the worst. It felt like my leg was on fire, which was, I could be distracted during the day, but I couldn't sleep because at night you're just laying there and it was all I could focus on. So a bunch of meds and alcohol with that, which doesn't help you sleep or recover. And then I started having some residual effects from the medications themselves, really like cognitively diminishing. So worked my way off of that, rehabbed myself. And I would say at about the 2.5 year mark, all of the nerve pain was gone. And I was back at a place where I would say I was at least not holding anybody back. Well, I'm not going to say I was a value add, but I was able to be operational again. But still to this day, like I roll my ankle all the time. I'm careful. I am incredibly fortunate, A, that it didn't shatter my femur, right? That I didn't bleed out into the quad space of my leg. And B, that I can do a lot of the activities that I can do. But I have to be like, I focus on very linear things. I don't do a lot of zigzagging because it's my left ankle and it just rolls to the outside so easy. Uneven terrain. Hunting can be tough for me at times, especially depending on the slope. So I take a different route selection when I'm doing that type of stuff. Jiu-jitsu is not bad just because I'm not, there's not a lot that requires me to keep my foot necessarily straight or it matters that much, but it's a weird, interesting reminder. I probably fall down like once every 2 months, like legit, just a bag of shit, just fall down because I'll roll my ankle. And now at this point, my body is so used to it that if it rolls, I just go with it. And I'm not even cognitively thinking about it, man. It just goes and I'm like, oh, I'm on the ground again. Sweet. I'll get back up. I think that's better than like the classic way you break your wrists.
Just commit to it.
Yeah. I'm like, whatever. Sometimes I fall. You'll be there too one day. Kids, don't worry about it. You too can grow up and fall uncontrollably. But other than that, man, I live a really full life. My left leg is less capable than my right, but dude, I'm still here and I'm able to do what I want to do.
So was there ever a question of being able to get back to 100% again?
For sure. Yeah. With the hemiplegia, I was on crutches for a long time. So obviously the injury facilitated my departure, went into buds. It was there for 18 months. That's where I did the vast majority of being able to rehab and get back. But by the end of that, yeah, I answered the question, at least for myself, can I still do this job? I'd say about 1.5 years in, I saw I was going to be okay.
So how hard, like mentally, was that recovery for you?
Harder than the physical, for sure. But what's the hardest is going from a place where you're super capable operationally at a high tempo to whatever the opposite of every one of those words would be, eating Jell-O, which, by the way, wasn't bad. The Jell-O was pretty good. But I'm like, man, I'm like flat on my back and it sucked. It's not what I wanted to do. I was where I wanted to be, doing what I wanted to do with the people that I wanted to be with. And the rug got pulled on that a little bit. And it made me really really have to figure out, what am I going to do next? Because this might be over. I wasn't ready for it too. Like I was going to fight tooth and nail for it not to be. That was a tough one for sure. I used to look back. I would say that was the worst day of my life. Probably one of the best things to ever happen to me, because it reoriented the way I viewed everything that happened after that. Because I had, you talked about before, why did I want to be a SEAL? I don't know, but it's all I had ever wanted to do. Let me tell you what I hadn't thought about. What I was going to do when I was done. So I had some time with Jello to think about that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you talk about that a lot, and I guess that's really important for people that do similar jobs. It's like it's something that you did. It's not who you are, and the more you associate the job with who you are, the harder it's going to be to separate when the time inevitably comes, because it is inevitable.
Yeah. The people I see, I mean, this is a broad statement. It doesn't apply to everybody, but the people I often see who have struggled the most are the ones who I think have lost the ability to determine their identity from their occupation. And I mean, it's hard when you come from an occupation that people revere, that inspires some people, that carries with it a level of respect, whether earned or not earned. It can open doors. It can put you in places and provide opportunities that maybe you deserve, maybe you don't, maybe you're capable of completing, maybe you're not. And then, one day you lose that. And a lot of guys will go back to where they came from, and it's like, then you've lost the social circle that you were with, and then nobody really even knows who you are anymore. I get it. I mean, that can be real hard.
Do you think that's a big driver when it comes to suicide?
This is one I go back and forth with the guys I worked with quite a bit. The veteran suicide numbers, and I don't know if what I'm about to say is even possible, but it seems to forget or not take into account trauma that may have been brought with them into service. I don't remember a single conversation when I was in where I was just like, Dalton, did your parents love you? How was Christmas?
Yeah.
Did you get everything? It was like, no.
Yeah.
Now that I've been out, I have had some fascinating conversations with the guys I used to work with. And some of them have the most horrendous stories of what I will describe as trauma growing up that I've ever heard. Whether it be absentee parents, alcoholic parents, abusive parents, combination of all of those things. My point in that is, that's a sea bag full of things that you are bringing with you before you even get to an occupation that could fill up several more sea bags that you can take with you. And I was thinking about it. What job would somebody who, let's say, had been the victim of abuse, whether intentional or unintentional when they were young, what kind of job would they want? Maybe a job where they get to do something about those that victimize others. Maybe that would be real enticing. So maybe they get into that job and they time it where there's 20 years of sustained conflict. And so they are loading up sea bags full of this stuff. And then they get out. And not only do they have the stuff that they accrued while they were in, but you still got to dust off all the stuff that they brought with them. And I don't have data to support this, but I have had a shocking number of conversations with my peers. The backgrounds that weren't awesome surprised me more than I would have thought, meaning from a volume perspective. There were certainly people like, I won the genetic lottery. My parents were great. The butler polished the silver on Thursdays. Like, you know what I mean? Like all sorts of that as well too. But I think it might be just as much about what you bring with you as it is, or as it has to do with what you encounter while you're in. Because we all have an amount that is going to break you. I don't care who you are. But I guess at least if you're carrying that and you're with other people that you know are there and they will help you if you can find the balls to ask them, which is very hard to do. Maybe it keeps those demons at bay, But what happens when you're off and you're isolated? Because most of the people I know who have made that choice, they start isolating. Specifically, probably my greatest mentor in the SEAL teams killed himself a few years ago, and he was isolated at the time. And I can't even fathom that, right? I can't wrap my head around that irrational decision, even though I know it gets to a place where it is rational for them. I've never been there, so I can't make sense of that. But I'm pretty sure that the isolation doesn't help. And I think it's a combination of all those things. I don't know how to solve those things, though.
This is his name Dave?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the isolation definitely doesn't help.
Yeah.
And I guess a lot of people, you know, regardless of what you're going through, if it's that or if it's something else, you think that it's just you and nobody else out there is going through the same thing that you are. And
except we all are, to a degree. I think it's one of the biggest lies that we tell ourselves. One, I'm the most unique snowflake in the world. It's like, bitch, we're all 99% the same. We're all 99% the same. But two, nobody would understand if I asked for help. Or three, nobody's ever gone through this before. They're all lies. And they're super dangerous. I don't know how to, I mean, there's certainly an odd type of trauma military service is. But man, I'm lending myself more to the belief that it's the combination of those two things, what they bring with them and then what you may encounter in the military. I don't know how you parse that, you know, because if you are a veteran and you kill yourself, you're going to be put into that particular bucket, you know. I wish I had a solution for it. I do not.
So when you read his, I don't know if it was his diary or just some writings.
It was journals.
Did it resonate with you? Did it surprise you entirely? Were there things in there that you're like, oh, okay, I get this? Like, what was the sentiment?
So, I mean, I can broadly speak about him. He was, when I first got into the SEAL teams, what I would have considered to be the standard for SEALs. He was awesome, experienced, knowledgeable, a depth and breadth of knowledge. Not like, hey, this is the tactic, but this is why we use it. This is where it came from. This is how it evolved. This is where it works well. This is where you shouldn't do it. You're like, do you have time to do anything but read? Like, my God, like a scholar of warfare. That's actually really a fair way to put it. He was a scholar of warfare. Physically performed incredibly well. His standard was rough. I got a few tongue lashings from Dave. I will say all of them deserved. In hindsight, I don't know if I would have said that at the time. I'd been like, this is unfair. His standard was, God, it was sharp, but it was fair. You met it, you met it. You didn't, you didn't. And he held himself to it as well. The thing that absolutely rocked me was him expressing how he felt with his inability to meet this standard that he expected of others. And I'm not going to say that's why he made the decision that he did, but that particular theme was heavy inside of that. And it just rocked me. The guy was my standard. Still to this day, it's still an amazing standard for a SEAL to meet. And I can't imagine the torturous feeling it would have to be unable or to tell yourself that if you are unable to meet it, then you are unworthy of being.
That's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
So is that something that, like for me personally, I'd struggle with this is like understanding the reality behind what you perceive to be the case with other people. And like, if you're going through something personally, it's easy for me, I won't speak for anybody else, to think like, oh, that person's got their shit together. They don't, like, they're fine, or where I fall short, nobody else falls short. Everyone else is like a picture perfect, gleaming example of what a perfect human being should be. And I'm the exception here. And that's how I'm trying to get out of that mindset.
You're describing Instagram.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's a perfect parallel for social media, I guess.
If you think about it, filtered, curated, like, here's me at my best day. And if you're having a terrible day and you catch a feed cycle that's like victory, and oh, by the way, I'm not talking about personal, it's like other people, success, Bugatti, girl, money. How easy is it to sit there and start asking yourself, what's wrong with me? What am I doing wrong? Why not me? What's wrong with me? Oh, I get it, man.
Yeah, Instagram's a great example.
It's wave tops. Instagram to me is wave tops and mountain peaks.
It's also bullshit.
I mean, how dare you, sir?
It's also complete bullshit.
Did you not read the terms of service? Everything you post has to be 100% true.
That's right. Oh God, man. It's like you're outside shoveling the driveway and you see a picture of somebody in Dubai that, maybe it was AI generated. Maybe it's, maybe they got on a private jet just to take some pictures and got right off. Again, I don't follow people like that, but that's the first example that came to my head.
So I agree with you on the bullshit, but we have to add the term, and people forget this, voluntary. Voluntary participation bullshit. So I'm in the middle of, I had my buddy Chad Wright on, who's like, God, I can't describe his accent other than to say he's the Forrest Gump of the SEAL teams. I love him. Sounds just like Forrest Gump sometimes. And he looks like him when he was doing the marathon running for years, just flowing beard. Looks like him too. We're doing a challenge to try to get our screen time under an hour, which is a bitch because part of what both you and I do is existing on social media to a degree. So I've actually moved a lot of when I do that onto my laptop, which is a way less enjoyable experience. And because I can't sit there on my thumb and just go. But the more time that I have removed myself from that ecosystem, the better I have felt. And do I think that those platforms are designed to ruin people's lives? No, I don't think that there is some Machiavellian design for the creator to ruin the lives of the end user. But they want your time, they want your attention, and they are 100% addictive. Like you can look at young women and just mental health, and a lot of the data is starting to come back. And let's just say the vast majority of it, if not all of it, is looking really bad in the bad trend category. It's hard to get off of it too. And you can be like, I have to do this. My business requires it, this, that, or the other. My social media usage over the last month has been on average about 8 minutes per week. I'm having one of the better mental health months that I've had in a long time.
That's amazing.
You have to do weird things to do it. I had to navigate here using my iPad because I will do anything needed to crush Chad. I will get my time under 1 hour. And for whatever reason, when you hook it up to CarPlay, anytime you're driving, it counts that as maps, which is screen time. So I will walk back to the hotel if I have to, not navigating. One of the things I missed is I didn't see the most recent shooting of the VA nurse in Minneapolis. I'm aware that it existed because people have sent me videos of it. I mean, we could talk for hours just on that in and of itself, but my life wouldn't have been any better if I had been exposed to that like I was when Charlie Kirk got killed, which I saw within minutes. And all three of my kids saw that within minutes. And I had to have conversations. They're like, Dad, I've never seen anything like this. I'm like, holy shit. I never thought I'd have to have these conversations with my kids. So I need to know that happened because it's important and it speaks to where we're headed as a country. But do I need to know about it instantaneously? Is there anything that I can do about it? And am I actually better served as a person to not be bombarded with likely inaccurate information up front and actually more slowly get introduced to it as the validity of information increases because the timeline has gone on? I'm doing a little bit better with that type of stuff by giving it more room to breathe, because more than likely what comes out first is nearly always the least amount of being accurate. And that ratio switches as time goes on. So yeah, I'm aware that it happened, but my life wouldn't have been any better by knowing about it instantly. And potentially an argument could be made. It could have been made worse, because what if that spiraled in the rest of my day? You know?
Yeah, I do know. I don't watch the news, man, because I don't do a show that does any sort of breaking news or anything like that. And it's by design for a number of reasons, but that being one of them is because that's just not who I am. It's not like my life is objectively better without news, without social media. I wouldn't even have, I don't really consider YouTube social media, but like I wouldn't have Instagram. I wouldn't have any of that shit if it wasn't for the podcast. And I didn't prior. But what did you say to your kids when they asked you about that Charlie Kirk thing?
I mean, the first thing I said was, I'm really sorry that you had to be exposed to something like that. Because I asked all three of them. I have a 17-year-old, a 20-year-old, and a 22-year-old. Boy as the oldest, and girls. vastly different expression of genetics. They are their own unique rocket ships, all heading to a different planet, for sure. At first I said, well, how did you guys come across this? And, my daughter's like, TikTok. I'm like, great. And both my other sons it was both on social media as well. I'm like, okay, were you looking for it? And he's like, no, it just showed up. And I said, well, how does it make you feel? What are your thoughts? Do you have any questions? Do you understand that people exist in the world that are capable of doing things like this? And not everyone around every corner is there and has these feelings or intentions or desires, but it is real. So it's super unfortunate that you guys are experiencing this. I will talk with you guys about this in any level that you want to. My kids, by the way, have asked me under half a dozen times any questions about my old job ever. Never, what was your job like? What did you do? What was it? Nothing. I'm just dad to them. Like they could care less. But on my offers, I'm like, listen, like if you guys want to talk about this, what this looks like, what this means, I'm here. If it's not something you want to talk about, that's your choice too. I'm sorry that you saw this, but this is the reality of the world that we live in. And I think it's important that you know that. I don't want you to be paranoid, but I do want you to be realistic.
So I think that being able to have that conversation with your kids and being able to be like, I don't even know what you would call that. Like, emotionally aware of the fact that they're a little older now. They're not, I guess they're still kids for sure.
100% all three of those little fuckers.
Yeah. But was that something that being able to sit down with them and say like, hey, what are you feeling? Like to talk to me about your feel, like, was that natural to you or was that learned over time?
I think the people that are closest to me, specifically my family, would agree that I've always been a pretty sensitive person. I would like to believe I have been in good touch with my emotions my entire life. I haven't always been in good touch with being able to express them in a healthy way. I definitely have tried to bury a few in just treasure chests or landmines along the way that you get to. It's a big lesson in life. Like, oh, I forgot where I buried them. I'm like, don't worry. They'll find you. Yeah. It's like you're a magnet and they're the other polarity and oh, bam, they're coming. Don't worry. Just give it time. I think that's kind of just who I've always been. I've always been a sensitive person. And one of the things, like I know I'm a very sarcastic person and I have been an asshole in my life many times or I've been sharp. A lot of that is a defense mechanism to protect from the sensitivity. It's easier to be on offense than it is to be on defense. And it is something that I have battled my entire life. Some days I win, some days I don't. And when I don't win, I go back and I try to apologize to the people that I was an asshole to.
That's fair enough to me.
Sometimes they don't accept your apology.
Sometimes easier said than done too. Yeah. So,
I mean, I'm not saying like Titanic hitting iceberg asshole, like right. Maybe like bird shitting on windshield asshole. I mean, like you can turn the wipers on and get it off. No, it's tough, man. It's one of those things. I think back to the psychopath or sociopath. Again, not an expert in that world, but from my understanding, their emotional range is shallower. You know, I think emotions, fear and love and those polar opposites. I mean, I think that's what's unique about humanity. You know, I don't want people to lose those. And I don't ever want to work with people that don't have that. You know, I think it helps you make decisions. Some of the stuff they asked us to do was absolutely terrifying. And if you're not scared in those moments, I don't actually want to work with you because you are either a psychopath or a sociopath or you're not paying attention. And neither of those are great options for me. I need people who are critical thinkers that can solve problems on the fly, which is basically what special operations is.
All right, so let's wrap up on your military career because, you know, as you alluded to, you got healthy enough you deployed one more time, right?
Yeah, 2010, almost the whole year.
And you named your dog after that deployment somewhat, correct?
I mean, I named my dog after my personal favorite piece of military hardware, which is the Javelin Missile, which is designed for anti-tanks. And actually helicopter, that is in the manual, anti-tank, anti-helicopter. I've never shot one at either. And that was literally just, you have a problem. What potential solutions do we have? The problem in 2010, and probably well before that, is that people in Afghanistan understood that a lot of troops were carrying 5.56. They can figure out the max effective range of 5.56. 7.62 is most of the time what they're shooting, has a greater effective range, so they can arc things in, so they can stay outside of a certain range. Even the US 7.62, all that stuff, their enemy learns. Even people who are lower on the IQ test scale will eventually, with enough reps, learn. So they had moved to a distance where a lot of the weapon systems wouldn't reach, and they were not ready for the Javelin. And so that thing is way heavier than the dog that I have. But that dog might be more of an asshole than that missile system. So I think it's a classic pairing, really. Yeah.
And it is a wiener dog, which is hilarious.
Miniature dachshund. God, they're the best, man.
Shoulder-fired wiener dog.
I mean, they're both fire and forget. If I let go of that thing outside, I can forget about him doing anything that I ask him to do. So he's just off the chain.
Dude, so how did that even, okay, so you're saying it's the problem set that warranted the solution, but how does that even happen? Is it one of those things where it's oh, okay, we have this, let me try it?
So I went to the Javelin course as a school. We were on a fob, and some of the ammunition that had been left over in there were Javelin tubes. But there were not, there's the tube, and then there's the CLU, which is, I think it means command launch unit. You connect the two. It's a liquid lithium battery that's actually on the missile tube itself. So one of the trigger pulls energizes the battery, and you have about 60 seconds to actually look through the warhead itself, which is a black and white image. Other than that, you can flip through, and you're looking through just a glass optic, or you can look through the thermal sensor of the actual CLU itself. But you have about 60 seconds. It makes this really interesting noise, actually, as you engage the liquid battery that powers it up. So we had the missiles, and I'm thinking to myself, interesting. However, this mathematical formula is not complete. So I went on the search for a CLU, which the SEAL community did not have one to offer. But I found an Army ODA that did have one. And I did a straight up trade for one of those ballistic half shell helmets for a CLU. Let me tell you, it's a swear to God, straight up trade. The value of those two items is not commensurate.
No.
They weren't using the CLU very much either. So now I have all that I need, except for a backpack, because I need to figure out. I'm like, okay, this is coming together. Okay, I got all this cool stuff, but what do I do with it? I need to take it places. Most of the time, we were walking places. We would go side by side vehicles to walk to places. I'm like, okay, classic Alice pack, Vietnam Mark I backpack with the frame, can hold 2 tubes. Then I'm like, definitely going with Betsy, my 300 Win Mag on top, which wasn't its name. I'm just making that up. And then I was like, God, I got to have the CLU too. So I'll just throw that over the top. Not really thinking about the combined weight of all these things and the fact it literally looked like Buzz Lightyear, just with the little wings sticking out on the side. And so I put all that together and started carrying those things. And slowly but surely, you would see places where, elements maneuvering or elements in that. For most of that rotation, I was up in Overwatch positions because I had gone to sniper school in 2000, well before I had gotten commissioned. And it was interesting, in the planning process, you can overlay these rings just to help you measure distance on the maps. And I'm like, man, if you put me right here, I can reach out and touch all of this. So I can be a little bit of a, not a protective shield at the time, but at least something reactive that can have good effects on targets if any of this stuff pops up. And it started happening, and they were not prepared for the heat-seeking anti-tank missile.
So you said it's fire and forget, so you can't control the missile once it's in the air, right?
No, so it gives you, in your 60 seconds of anxiety of trying to not, because the image starts graying out as you're running out of battery power. You have it's a set of brackets, and you can narrow the brackets down and you can move them. And once you get it to where it's going to be, you'll pull one of the triggers and it'll flash and then lock. And if it's on the heat signature that you want it to be, you flip open the gate on the other one and you pull the trigger. and it launches. And it comes out of the tube, and then the rocket motor kicks on. Fire and forget, meaning whatever you were locked on that hash mark, you have no control beyond that point. It is literally guiding itself through the warhead.
Mm. And are they usually like pretty spot on?
They are incredibly spot on.
So like if you were to lock onto me from however far away and I start running while it's in the air, is it going to follow?
I don't know, because I never shot it at somebody who was running. I don't think that anybody that was on the receiving end of one of those knew that it was coming until about an eighth of a second before.
So were you watching it through the screen on the Clue?
No. The move is you shoot, put it down, binoculars. They take longer in the air than you would think.
Yeah, how long?
Some of them probably 10 to 15 seconds when you're talking about kilometers, like 1 to 2 kilometers out there. It's not like a bullet, right? It's not going supersonic. And there's 2 type of attack modes. One's a shallow arc, a direct attack that would be like for a tank hitting the side, but a lot of tanks have reactive armor that will actually fire an explosion off, add another explosion to reduce it. But the top of tanks is generally not armored, so it has a top attack mode, so it will come straight down.
And is that automated, or is that something that you have to pre-program?
It's a selection, yeah.
Okay. So what was the most common scenario? Like guy in a building?
No. 2 to 3 individuals huddled behind a rock playing a game of hide and seek, not realizing that I was on their side of the rock. Like loading up PKMs and getting ready to ambush one of our other positions.
So was it mostly like there was some sort of engagement that had already started where they knew you guys were in the vicinity, or was it something that you would kick it off with that?
So again, hostile act, hostile intent, right? Those are you have the inherent right to self-defense, but the legal justification to take action. And again, I'm not a JAG, but hostile act, hostile intent. Hostile act, of course, being somebody is actively shooting at you. Hostile intent, what if the person's not shooting at you, but they have, in each hand, they have a case of ammunition and they're running it towards somebody who is shooting? That's hostile intent. A military age male with a weapon maneuvering to high ground when there's no reason for them to do so otherwise. Hostile intent. So it would be a combination of both. If I sat there and I saw 3 people who were clearly drawing up a plan and there's like an RPG laying there and they're actively like getting the belt-fed PKM ready to rock, well, that's hostile intent right there. If they're already engaging our element, that's hostile act. So both of those fall underneath the ROE.
Yeah, they're not playing cards.
I mean, if in a perfect world, I would never let somebody shoot at one of my friends first, but I mean, it is incredibly hard. People would be shocked, specifically in Afghanistan and mountainous terrain. I have had times where I've gotten shot at. I'm like, I don't know where this is coming from because of the echo and it's bouncing off. And you can kind of a little bit, like, I think it's in this direction. But there have also been times where I was shot at quite a bit and was never able to identify where it was coming from.
So what does that even do to the human body? The javelin?
Have you ever seen the aftermath of somebody when they grip really tightly, like an M80?
Grip tightly an M80?
Yeah, like somebody, like an M80 goes off in somebody's closed hand, like the flesh that like it rips it off and it just the destruction associated with that.
No.
I'm not recommending you Google it, but if you had Googled it or seen it, it would be that times a magnitude of 10.
Like vapor?
No, it throws chunks.
And you could see this through your binoculars?
Yep.
And then, so what was the 300 Win Mag for?
I mean, you got to get a workout in. It's leg day. I mean, you don't lunge I lunge before I get to target. I got to get a pump in, you got to work the calves. The Javelin is not a end all be all. I mean, if you, again, in a high ground position, let's say you see something at a range that's inside of 300 Win Mag, a suppressed 300 Win Mag, I'd probably go with that. If it's an individual versus a group of people, there's those things are each scalpels, not multi-tools. So.
Was it like a folding rifle or something? Like how'd you get in a backpack?
The buttstock will fold over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I just laid it long ways. I said, it was like Buzz Lightyear, dude. The wings were just hanging out.
Yeah.
The guys in the helicopters would look at me like, what is that?
And because just to clarify, you didn't go back to Dev Group after this. You got commissioned as an officer and
went to SEAL Team 3.
So you would just like go with them on different targets and different things. And
I was attached to one of the platoons. And then I got moved over into an operations role. And then there was 2 SEAL platoons there and I would go out with both of them.
Anything else from that time that you want to cover?
2010?
Yeah, like during that time where you either went to Afghanistan or before you got out of the military.
I think one of the most important things that I was able to do during that time is I was focusing on what I was going to do next. And so I was working on setting up a parallel track as an off-ramp to post-military service, which really helped because at least economically, when I left military service, I had replaced my income. So there wasn't a gap in between the two. It was a huge stress reliever on the front end because I had put a little bit of time in overtime earlier. And I highly recommend that people start doing that. I would say a minimum of 18 months prior to exiting service.
That sounds pretty sensible. It's like you're not, it's better to do a little bit of pre-planning before you just jump into something and expect to figure it all out.
I mean, your life is going to be full of enough emergencies and crises. What is the multiple of crises? Crises?
Crises sounds right.
Whatever. You're going to have enough emergencies and crises. Don't put yourself into voluntary ones.
So do you mind talking about during this time you wrote in the book and you're very vulnerable about this, and this one stuck with me, is your essentially your last couple moments with your mom.
Yeah.
And I bring it up because, like I said, I'm trying to be more cognizant of the fact that problems I have, other people probably have too, and being present is it can be a tough one sometimes, especially when you're focused on something and you tend to let other things fall away that maybe you'll regret down the line. In my case, but anyway, can you tell people about that and kind of how you learned that lesson?
Yeah, so it has an interesting tie-in to Afghanistan and having the 300 Win Mag. So the first time my mom had cancer, I was at sniper school in Coalinga. I got a call from my dad, and he gave me the wave tops. But, hey, your mom has cervical cancer. Was enough of a wave top, obviously. There's a lot of surgeries that are involved in that, chemo, all of that. She went through that, survived it, outlived everybody in her cancer survivor group. Medical checks very consistently after the cancer to make sure that she's clear. And I think it's at the 5-year mark, they basically declare you cancer-free. And I don't know if they checked her after that. But in 2010, it was in February, she came down and my dad and my sister had been grumbling about there's something wrong with your mom. She's not doing great. And she would never, after her first bout of cancer, it seems as if she struggled to put on or to keep on a lot of weight. So it was not like, hey, there's a drastic amount of weight loss because she was much thinner than she was before. So that hadn't really changed. But my dad was just like, there's something wrong with your mom. And I wish I would have included in the book a sample of my mother's handwriting. I know I described it in there. It is the most impact. I'm like, what the fucking calligrapher in your off time? How long does it take you to write a letter? A fortnight? My God. But I couldn't replicate it if I tried. And I think at this point we're I don't know, 7 days, maybe 10 days at the outset from going on deployment. She's sitting outside writing a spaghetti list. And my dad and sister there's something wrong with your mom. She's not listening to us. We want to take her to go get checked out. And I went and I sat down next to her and I could tell she was shaking even though she was in the sun. And it's, San Diego's warm in February, but it's not like it is outside right now. And her writing was a mess. I couldn't read it. And I just put my arm around her. I'm like, Mom, we're going to take you to the doctor. And she didn't give me any pushback. So we went to where my sister worked up at the hospital in La Jolla, where they just did an x-ray, which is not how they generally will diagnose cancer, but there was enough seen in the x-ray where you could see masses. And my sister was off with I think it was a radiologist, the person who reads it. And I was sitting with my mom and I saw my dad was facing my mom, but I was facing away. I saw my sister come out and she had this look on her face. I'm like, I'm going to head you off at the pass. She filled me in on the x-ray. She's like, listen, this isn't definitive, but this also isn't good. Even if this isn't cancer, what is on this x-ray should not be on this x-ray. My dad sees us talk and he comes over, deliver the news, get a bunch of tests done. Cervical cancer is back. It's metastasized into her lungs at this point. Gnarly. I'm a week from going on deployment. So that is an interesting exercise in and of itself, of just the mental geometry of like, I'll deal with this later. You know what I mean? I have to do this. I'm responsible for these people. I'm responsible for this job. We'll deal with this later. Not like deal with my mom later, but we'll deal with how I feel about this later. Like you do all the things you need to do, but like you find the shovel and you bury your feelings in the backyard and then put a trampoline over it so nobody ever finds it. Go on deployment. And my mom, God, emails sporadically just because I had access to communication super sporadically. She was the most upbeat. After reading the audiobook, it's funny, reading the section, I had to take a few breaks during this because it was just hard to get it out in a voice that wasn't cracking. But I searched back through my inbox and read some of her emails. And to the last one, how you doing, sweetheart? Thinking about you. Everything's okay here. I'm doing the best I can. And then it'd be from my dad. Your fucking mom's dying. Not in those words, right? But let's just say two very different pictures were being painted. One was a Picasso in perfect lighting, and the other one is a guy like finger painting with his own feces. I'm not saying that's what my dad does, but like those are the stark differences. Utterly positive. And my sister was more clinical because she's a nurse practitioner. Like, listen, this is where she's at. This is what the doctors are saying. This is what she's doing. It got to the point where the cancer or the chemo was going to kill her. Same outcome. Death imminent. Do you want to go through this chemo stuff? And I don't know if you've ever been around somebody who's been through bouts of that stuff. Holy hell.
It's hardcore, dude.
Dude, it's insane. So she chose, she was going to enter hospice. And my sister, fortunately or unfortunately, was able to provide the palliative care for her at the end, which I hope, and I said this in the book too, I hope it didn't rob her of her chance just to be her daughter a little bit, you know, because she could put her clinical hat on and kind of, again, I'll deal with the emotions of how this makes me feel later on. But my sister's like, hey, it's time. Like, if you want to have a chance to see your mom, it's time to come back. And there's a very established system called Through the Red Cross. It's a Red Cross message. If you have the proper documentation, they can alert the military of something happening, something severe in your life. That message is the trigger to get somebody back to overseas. It starts this whole ball of wax. So I got that. I knew that it was imminent, was able to make the trip home. And I get home, and the headspace that I was in when I got home was not something that I was unfamiliar with, but I guess I just didn't realize how much it turned off almost everything in life. The mentality overseas, for me at least, the goal is excellent, objective decision-making as fast as humanly possible based off the data that you have. A lot of it is binary. It's action, reaction. I was terrified that I was going to do or say something that would get somebody hurt or killed. That was my biggest fear for sure. And a lot of the BS in everyday life is gone overseas. Like, you don't have a washing machine. You don't have to worry about it. Your bills, whatever, somebody else is going to have to pay that. You literally have your job. You train for your job. You sleep during the daytime if you're working at night, or depending on what your mission set may be. And you just sharpen this rager's edge of like ability to make lethal decisions critically and almost instantaneously. And you don't realize until you leave that environment and get back into the real world, whatever that means. We'll just call it the non-overseas world. How muted that makes everything else in life. To include your own emotional response, your emotional range. And I was very clear, and I tried to be in the book about this, that it's not the military that does that. They don't even ask you to do that. It is a natural consequence of the environment of the job that I wanted to do, that I pursued, that I continued to do, and my own desire to make those decisions and to get myself into that place where I could operate at the highest level possible for me in that environment. Not the military's choice, not the military's fault, not the job's fault, none of those things. It's just a byproduct and a consequence. The beauty is it unwinds over time. That muted ability to, it's basically the ability to look at any situation, pull out the information that you need and shit can the rest of it and not think about it, which is great when you have to make a tactical decision. It's not great when you see your mom for the first time in 10 months sitting in a bed dying from cancer. And I think it was jarring for me to see the difference because my dad and sister and everybody around her had seen the slow decline. I hadn't seen her for 10 months. So she was an absolute shell of the woman that I had seen. She was on some pretty heavy pain meds at the time. She had just finished telling the doctor about the jaguars that had been visiting her in her room, which we were not at a zoo, for clarity. She was in a hospital in Monterey. And my very first thought when I saw her was like, oh, she's dead. And I couldn't understand why my sister and dad had some semblance of hope. And it wasn't like, hey, she's going to pull through, but it was there. And I don't know if they were doing that for me. I don't know. I haven't actually asked either of them about that, but I immediately went to, oh, she's dead. Not like I didn't care, but I leapt past all the data I had before. And that's where I arrived. I'm like, okay. And it wasn't even like a second thought. And there was no sadness about that thought. It was just like, okay, she's dead. Gave her a hug. She took a nap shortly after that. We talked for a few minutes. She took a nap. And, went outside of her room with my dad and my sister. And in my head, I'm thinking, okay, what logistics do we need to handle? What happens next? What do we need to do? Right? Like, it's just this like task, solution, task, solution, task, solution. And I just wasn't capable of being a fully functioning human being at that point from an emotional perspective. I could still like drive safely and stuff like that, feed myself, self-care, all the normal stuff, but my emotional range was just muted. And, God, my last interaction with her, I wasn't there when she died. My sister and my dad were, fortunately. I was in San Diego when she died. I went in to say goodbye to her the day before I had to leave, or the night before the morning I had to leave because she was sleeping well into the day at that point. And I gave her a hug and I told her that I loved her, and she told me that she loved me, and then said, can you hand me the garbage can? And then she threw up into it. And that was it. That was the last thing I said to my mom. I never sat down with her and told her how much she meant to me. I never had like the Hallmark conversation, where it's like spending hours in the sunshine while you're holding onto her hand and looking over your school pictures. I don't even know if that shit's real anyway. But it took me years to get past the place of feeling like I had failed her as her son. Because I was her son in that moment, but dude, my head was gone. It was overseas. It was just still in that headspace. And it sucks because you can never get that back. And it took me, like I said, years to come to a semblance of peace with that. And then a lot talking with my dad and people who knew her, and they're like, dude, you think that like that last interaction is all your mom knew of you? Do you think that that's going to be it? Like, she raised you, she was there when I graduated buds in high school and sporting events and, after births of my kids and all of these things. And she got, I was so fortunate that she got to meet all three of my kids, so she got to see my children. So unfortunate she didn't get to meet my sisters, but it was rough, man. It took a long time. And then eventually, that dial turns and all this stuff that bothers everybody else comes back to bothering you. And then you just look back with regret, like, why couldn't I have been better? Why couldn't I have been that guy? And, yeah, it's another one of those where I get the rest of my life to try to make sense of that. Yeah, it was rough, man. Wasn't the best version of myself as a son, but I was the best version of myself as a soldier.
Well, I think that, you say you have the rest of your life to try to make sense of it. I think it sounds to me like you did make sense of it. If you're gonna tie cause to effect, like you were in Afghanistan, 72 hours prior?
Yeah, about.
And I think it's easy to take situations in life and say, or question like, why did I act this way? Or why did I not act this way? But then once you're a little bit further removed from it and you can look back on it and tie that cause to an effect, it's like, it's pretty obvious why you did react that way. And
most of the time with that, though, you have the opportunity to go make amends for that. I do not.
Yeah, and I think your dad said it perfectly, man. Like it's not the very last interaction. Like your mom knew who you were. like your entire body of work, so to speak. Like, and she raised you for how old were you at the time?
Let me see. Mid-30s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for 30 something years, and she presumably knew that, I mean, obviously she knew that you were a soldier, but presumably knew that maybe you kind of thought the way you did it for a specific reason. So I think it's, to me at least.
Yeah. I'm in a better spot with it. It was rough for a while. Yeah. My dad has some odd gems and pearls from time to time. Mostly he's a pain in the ass, but he's got some pearls of wisdom in there. Yeah. I mean, that's, and I close the book with a warning about getting yourself to a place where performance is all that matters, because it comes at a cost. And I actually, one of the last paragraphs I wrote in the book is I'm at a place now in my life where I'd actually rather see people fall a little bit short of their goals, but be a total person, than to have achieved everything and have everything, but be a shell of a human. Just not worth it. But you could not have convinced me of that when I was younger.
Well, I think that was, I won't say it's the best chapter in the book. That was my favorite chapter in the book. But do you think that when you were younger, the job and your life at that time necessitated that thinking, and it couldn't have been otherwise?
If you want to do it to the maximum of your ability and put as many odds in your favor that you will survive and the people that you are with will survive, I think it necessitates it. But you can't lose track of it. I think that's the mistake I made. I wasn't aware that that was the case. Because if you can intentionally work yourself into that situation, I believe you can intentionally work yourself out of it in a more systematic and structured approach. It's just when you're not even paying attention. I think that's when it can get dangerous.
So it's like, I mean, some situations, if you're trying to achieve something, you have to live out of balance.
Which I recommend infrequently. Anything people would look at and be like, wow, that's a cool achievement. Most of those things in my life came from times of being unbalanced to get there. But the happiest and most fulfilled I've ever been in my life is when I have balance. So yes, get comfortable with an unbalanced, segmented portions of your life, but don't live there the whole time.
Yeah, that was one of the things in the book that stuck with me too. I think your words were, be careful what you're willing to strip away to become successful, because I would rather have somebody that's fulfilled was one word, but the other word, I was like, fuck, that makes sense, than somebody who's achieved everything, because like it could all end tomorrow, man.
Yep. Yeah. And again, if I was 20 and I read that book, I'd be like, shut up, dude. You don't know anything. It's my attempt, at least, to try to pass it on. Is some of those things, though, you got to have, I mean, that's a crazy thing about kids, too, is you have to let them make mistakes. And it's almost the thing with coaching as well. Like my wife is a fantastic jiu-jitsu coach. She can layer on things 5 years into your journey that she would overwhelm you with on your first day. So some of the things you need a little bit of experience for them to make sense. So you have to struggle a little bit to get there. My goal is maybe shorten the learning curve just a little bit.
So then, is there anything, obviously, you said that you look back on that and it happened the way it happened, but, sure, if you could change it, you would, but that's not the question. But the point is, like, is there anything that you took with you in terms of, like, telling your friends that you love them, that sort of thing, like, because you never really know?
I do a better job of that, for sure. I try not to leave things unsaid, good and bad. Why, if you realize that tomorrow isn't guaranteed, why would you let anything fester or go unsaid? And why not? I mean, what's it cost you to tell your friends that you love them, or give them a call, tell them you're thinking about them, or like, don't let something, if something's bugging you, and like, first off, there's no guarantee that tomorrow is going to be a better day. It might actually be worse. So saying something about it potentially has no downside. I mean, yes, saying something about it could make the situation worse, or it could make it drastically better. But I mean, God, you can go extreme worst case. What if you didn't say something and then the person you wanted to say something to no longer was there anymore? How are you going to feel about that for the rest of your life? Right?
Not great.
No, it's a tough fortune cookie to crack.
Yeah. So it's like, what's harder, the momentary discomfort of possibly having an uncomfortable conversation, or living however many years you have left with the discomfort of wishing you would have said something.
I mean, the fortune cookie version is they're both going to be hard, so don't be a pussy.
Confucius said that.
Yeah, somebody did somewhere. Yeah.
You kind of alluded to getting out of the military, but as far as like, you know, I guess it usually asks, like, how did you know when you were done?
I was going to just get out of the military. I was about 5 days away from separating. And I went to go get my separation physical because I'm a huge fan of doing things at the last minute, right? What could possibly go wrong? And the doc was like, no, I'm not signing this. Because my medical record was about as thin as that manila folder that you have, which was wildly insufficient to describe the wear and tear. So he's like, listen, I'm not signing it. And he lined up an opportunity for me to go to a place called NICO, the National Intrepid Center of Excellence. And there are, I believe is a West Coast one now, but the one I went to was attached to Walter Reed out in the DC area. 30 days of inpatient, the most fantastic medical care that I've ever received. Every test you could think of, hearing, blood, sight, sensors, all this stuff, psychs, shrinks, finger painting, legitimately. I didn't do well in that class, but it was interpretive, so there was no grade. And out of that was like hundreds of pages. So submitted that to the PEB, MEB process. And the reason for that was after getting commissioned, I was at a place where if I wanted to continue on the officer track, I was going to have to do probably 2 more back-to-back operational cycles. In my ankle specifically, I rolled the shit out of it a few times in Afghanistan, almost to the point where I considered calling a medevac in. Not from a combat-related injury, but like, you have to get me out of here because I'm not going to be effective if something happens. So I'm like, in my head, I'm like, this is probably it. And I don't want to do a staff job, which is why I was just going to get out. When the doctor didn't sign that, it presented me the opportunity. At least I can pitch this back to the military and they can make the decision and say, sure, we'll either medically retire me or cool, I'm just going to get out like I was going to anyway. So no downside. You submit it 6 months later. They're like, yep, you're going to get medically retired. I think they gave me 90 days. And again, I'd already kind of been working on what I was going to do afterwards. So it gave me a little bit more time to line up the things specifically, what I wanted to do, secure some, deeper or tighter relationships on the outside of the military. But yeah, they picked the day for me. And then that last day you go in, you sign your DD 214 and, away you go.
So did you, as far as what was on that, like that stack of paper, did you have anything TBI related?
Yes. I have retained ferrous metal inside of my body. So MRIs and a lot of the machines that they use to look at the brain damage are not the safest for me to be around.
You said ferrous metal?
Yeah.
What's that?
It reacts to a magnet, which is what an MRI is. So I don't get to go into those rooms. We could, because the docs are like, it may not be that much. But here's the thing. It interacted with my sciatic nerve on the way in. Bro, I am not signing up, because let's say it moves a little bit. If it does that again with the nerve pain, I honestly don't know if I could go through that again. It was horrendous. Especially later in my life, I have way more responsibilities now. Looking back in comparison, dude, I can't do that. So they have to, based off my operational career and the sensors and scans that they can use, it's not that it's a hypothesis, it's an estimate. Like when it comes to number of concussions and TBIs associated with that. And a lot of it's like, were you ever exposed to breaching charges? Like, yes, of what I was. What were some of the outcomes of those? I'm like, well, let me tell you a story about when all my buddies stole the good hiding spots and they knew I needed one and they're all over there behind it like, ha, 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 ha. So you just turn your back to the charge and like, just send it. And then like your nose bleeds for 2 days, or you have a headache for a week. And they're like, okay, that's probably not good. So it's a combination of their best guess and the technology that I had access to. But I mean, the experimental parachutes that we were jumping, or the heavy bundles and stuff like that, the opening shocks and seeing stars, it's a lot of micro stuff that adds up. So there's certainly a TBI component to it.
Well, what do they call that? Not like micro concussions, but essentially like they're like you're not fully concussed, but it's a series and a large number over time of like micro
CTE.
CTE, I guess, would be the outcome.
I don't know. They might call it micro concussions.
But like you accumulate enough of those over time, and that's worse, arguably, than getting concussed once or twice fully.
Yeah. I think the key is to not get concussed at all. Like, mine are all small adapts. I'm like, oh, I had a violent car. I'm like, oh, I don't know, try to get my kids to wear helmets through life.
There you go.
They don't listen to me. Whatever, Dad, you don't know shit. I'm like, well, you are accurate in that statement, but I've done like, never mind. Go ahead.
Do what you're going to do anyway.
Yeah.
So did you, any of the, I guess, struggles that people typically associate with getting out, whether it be, issues with identity, like we've alluded to, or like physical health issues, the drinking, family stuff, like, was any of that present that you want to talk about?
I think I've been fortunate with alcohol. I don't think I have an addictive personality. From when it comes to that particular substance, I've always been able to just turn it off or turn it on. Not that there's actually a great reason to turn it on. I mean, it's a social lubricant for sure. It was part of the culture when I was in, but also while I was in, I turned it off for 2 years and didn't even have you know what I mean? A buddy of mine made a bet. He was like, I'm going to go dry January. I'm like, oh yeah, I watched dry 24 months. He actually ended up doing it with me too. Then at the end of that, I don't even know why I had a drink after that, but it's like casual social drinking, heavier at times, but I've always been able to put it down. So I don't think I was, genetically predisposed to that. I've had a very supportive family. The identity struggle is super real. I always tried to remind myself of what you have said before. It's what I did. It's not who I was. And that's not always easy. But I always did try to remind myself of that. And I think that helped. But I mean, it's not easy, and at the same time, I don't think anybody should have like a competitive suffering match. Like, oh, and then I did this and then I did that. It's just a different transition in life. I think the hardest thing for me though, was the realization that outside of the military, you're responsible for finding your own challenges, because in the military, they pretty much find them for you. Even if you think about it overseas, here's the target deck that the battle space commander wants actioned. Go to town. All right, you get out of the military, you're like, okay, boss, what are we going to do today? But you're in a room by yourself. Like, hello. Who's got the job? And you're like, shit, I think I was supposed to bring that. It's tough, right? So, and again, in special operations, there's entire communities that are designed to support you. From your equipment to your training, guys that are rehanging doors and moving stuff around when you're doing ballistic training, to admin staff to handle paperwork, to, like supply, the guy with the 3 grocery carts, all those things. Man, you get out, you're on your lonesome. It can be a struggle. And especially if you're dealing with the identity stuff at a time, especially if you hadn't put any time putting some seeds in the fertilizer before you get out. And so now you're like, okay, I'm getting a little bit of money, but this isn't going to sustain me forever. What am I going to do? What do I want to do? Who am I? What am I without this uniform? That's true for all of us. I do think some of the things that I had set up on the way definitely helped. But it's tough, man, to go from a job that used to make the news sometimes to somebody who's just watching the news. I'm not going to sit here and say that wasn't hard, but you grow. You spend your time doing other things. My kids were young. I got to have more time with my kids, got to do more things with them. I did the best I could,
So was it mostly kind of linear for the most part with some, I guess, low points, or was there like a big low that stands
after
out?
the military?
Yeah.
I never had a spot where I spiraled and lost track of everything, but I couldn't. I had 3 kids. I had a wife. I had responsibilities. I got a mortgage payment. It's my job to make sure that everybody else in my life and my family has what it is that they need. No. It was time. I knew that I physically couldn't do the job anymore. I had to hang it up. And I had that realization about that time going in through NICO, or even before in that last deployment, like, dude, this is it. That really frees up bandwidth to start looking elsewhere. You can be like a periscope, kind of looking around for what it is that you want to do next.
Mm. All right. So real quick, we don't have to spend a ton of time on this, but as far as all the jumping stuff that you did, obviously you were doing some of that while you're in, but afterwards, as far as like the base jumping and the wingsuit stuff and the world record, I guess, like, if you were to sum up what really drew you to that and sustained your interest in that to take it to that, to the point that you did?
Part of it was I've been passionate about it ever since I jumped out of an airplane in free fall, not static line. Fuck everything about that. In free fall. And beyond that, the second part of that, and I'll call it a 50-50 split. So just a love and a passion for it. And two, I had to economically. So the job that I had prepared myself for when I got out of the military lasted for about a year and a half after I got out. And then I made the choice to exit that job. The company was great. The person that I worked for directly was not great. And I just couldn't tolerate it anymore. What I didn't do while working for that company was lift my periscope up and start looking around. So I quit. And my income, you talk about going off a cliff. Did I emotionally ever get to that place? No. Did my monthly income do that? Oh yeah. Just like, you want a base jump with me? Disposable income. Wee. And again, I talk about this in the book too. Like, I'm glad I made that choice, but avoid emergencies that are voluntary or optional, right? Sometimes you're going to get in that place and life's going to give you those swift uppercuts right in the balls. I don't know the female version of that, so that they can fill that out on their own, but there'll be enough of those. Do your best to avoid them. I didn't do that. I didn't learn my own lesson in that one. So I had to start looking around for what is it that I do? What do I like? What am I capable of doing that will allow me to pay the bills? The first thing was burn rate as low as possible. I literally went into the garage and discovered Craigslist, which use with caution. Yes. Maybe wear a helmet there too. And also, if you're going to sell people stuff, meet them at a third location, not at your house.
In public.
Totally. Some weird people came over to the house because I didn't learn that one on my own. But I was new. The Internet of Things was new to me at the time. So burn rate super low. What else was I doing at the time though? I lived 5 minutes from a drop zone and I had been jumping just for my own pleasure, really more than anything. I got a call from a buddy who was teaching skydiving instruction to like the finishing course or like an end-on course for pararescue jumpers and combat controllers on the Air Force. We would go and teach them. They had come through the free fall schoolhouse. Let's give you a polishing course and start taking you from the school knowledge to operational capability. Yes, I'm 100% going to do that. So then I'm jumping a bunch. Then I'm creating a little bit of content around that. The opportunity for some sponsorship stuff came up. It became a viable income source. Pedal on the gas. So it was great because super passionate about it. I mean, literally could drop my kids off at school. I'd come back, make a cup of coffee, hear the plane taking off for the first lift of the morning. I could be there by the second one, ready to go. Just call it easy up, put me on, boom, and pick my kids up. So it was a fortunate confluence of those two things, but only half of it with passion. The rest of it was because I really needed to pay the bills. And then it kind of grew over time. Mm.
So it was in your book. It was about basically like you strip away everything else because you have to be present in the moment. And
that's base jumping. Yeah. So base jumping is terrifying. I've never done one where I didn't feel like I was going to choke on my own heartbeat in my throat. And for anybody who's ever been in that moment, I bet you're not thinking about your taxes. And I bet you're not thinking about the argument you had with your significant other. Hopefully you didn't, but if you did, let me tell you in that moment, you're getting a reprieve or anything else in life. And what I didn't realize is that's what my old job used to give me all the time because you were in the moment. A lot of people call it flow state, whatever it may be. I don't get that from skydiving. I have enough experience in skydiving and it's a different visual, 2 parachutes, more altitude, more time. I've had some scary things happen skydiving, but not to the point where like base jumping, where you're literally zipped up in a nylon suit with your toes over the edge. Like, is this a good idea? Is it? Okay, let's go. Like 3, 2, 1, and let's see how this goes. And as you're getting zipped up, all that portions of life, they start stripping themselves away. And when I would go on those base jumping trips, I would come back with just like a nice, it's 2026 now. Everybody should be using an Apple product. I used to say Control-Alt-Delete, but we've moved beyond this. It's up into the little Apple where you check your storage and then you go in and you pull the rest of the stuff to the garbage file and you purge it. And the next thing you know, your terabyte or 4 terabyte hard drive's got way more storage. That's kind of what it did for me and all the BS in my life. I love the jumping, don't get me wrong, but for months after those trips, I felt like a better person. I could think better. I had a better regulation of my emotions. Not that it was out of control to begin with, but it was just such an amazing reset. And so again, was getting paid to do it, but also immense personal benefit from that as well.
So where's the line between productive and escapism, you think?
It's a good question because I talk about that in the book as well with my wife, Leah, who is a jiu-jitsu practitioner, very high level, and she sees it a lot with people who do jiu-jitsu because if we're going to use the term flow state, that place that you get to where time, for lack of a better term, disappears for a bit, everything, all the external pressures fade away and it's what's right in front of you. A lot of people can get that from jiu-jitsu because another man or woman is trying to rip your face off or choke you or break your arm. And you're like, need to defend myself. So you're not having like this complex, like, did I leave the dishwasher on? Even though you can get to a place where you certainly can have those thoughts. But at first, you can find that flow state. She talked about phases in her life where she knew that she was using jiu-jitsu and her desire to find that as an excuse to deal with problems. I would say the line is when it stops becoming a tool that helps you solve your problems and it becomes more of that off-ramp to an escape. You are no longer taking that headspace or reprieve that it can provide you and doing anything with it, and it becomes about that. That's probably where it becomes less efficient.
So just the self-awareness to understand, or I guess self-awareness, but honesty with yourself on where that line is.
Yeah, because I think it'll be different for everybody. And people will do different things with that particular flow state or the end state of if they can get into that flow state. I mean, I don't know what people's problems are in life, but I bet you almost all of them can be solved more efficiently the more clearly you can think. And so if you can find a tool that allows you to think clearly and utilize it that way, amazing. But if you stop utilizing it that way because you maybe the problem seems overwhelming, you're like, no. But you're like all of a sudden doing 7 jiu-jitsu classes a day, you might have gone too far. Maybe a great practitioner, but whatever problem, the monster, the boogeyman you're trying to run from, he's got long legs.
7 hours a day, it'll get you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Might be waiting in the parking lot. Plus you'll be super tired. How are you going to fight him off then?
All right. So is there one jump story? This is a very broad question, but it could be anyone you want to talk about. One that was terrifying, one that was funny, one that was memorable. Let's call it out of all your time jumping, military included.
The most memorable jump I've ever done, I thought it was going to be over Antarctica. And Antarctica is by far the most difficult place that I've ever done a skydive, not from the act of skydiving itself, but everything required to get there. The flights and getting down to, Punta Arenas and getting over there and having a place to stay and finding an operation that'll let you do it. Very challenging. And it looked awesome, but it looked like snow-capped mountains. So not exactly like Montana, but I bet you if I did a snow-capped mountain picture of Montana in freefall near Glacier National Park and another one with Antarctica and told people they need to tell me which one is which, the accuracy rate may not be the same. Over the Great Pyramids of Giza in Egypt, dude, different story. I was not expecting that one to be what it was. We get out of the plane, the first thing we're trying to do is we had 4 people. My wife's like, why are you guys holding hands? We're not. We're linked up in the air, super manly. My daughter says the same shit. Yeah. Dad, why are you? I'm like, I'm just not. It's a grip. We're holding on. Have to do it. Super hetero. We get linked up, and I look down. I'm like, holy shit. The coolest visual I've ever had. And we were there raising money for Folds of Honor. It was one, I think we did 3 or 4 more jumps after that. But I just, like, how do you? I'm sorry. I'd be like, what geography or topography was going to beat that? And I never would have done it if it were not for that expedition we did a few years ago.
Wow. Yeah. How many people get to do that?
More people get to jump over the pyramids than you would think. They have an operation called Skydive the Pyramids. It's probably within the hundreds of people who have done it, if not low thousands, but in comparison to the total population, that's like,
That's crazy, man. So like scenic jump wise, that's the one that stands out for you think?
Yeah. I don't know how you beat that. It was insane. And then getting to fly under canopy by them. Come on.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So how long were you in the air? Did you do like a high opening and just kind of float for a while?
You never do a high opening. That's where all the fun is in free fall. No, probably usually under canopy for 60 seconds to 120 seconds. And obviously what's not pictured in most of the things that are, all the tourist stuff when it comes to the pyramids, the Marriott that's across the street's not in the pictures.
No, it's not.
I'm not joking.
I know.
The golf course that we landed on, the abandoned golf course that we landed on that is directly across the street. So you have to save yourself enough altitude because you're descending under canopy. Like you have to make it to the golf course. So you can sit there and check it out a little bit, but then also I don't want to land in the parking lot,
yeah.
you know?
That's funny. I didn't even know that. Well, I guess why would you unless you've been there?
Yeah.
Well, I guess the only time you would open your chute high is if you're got to glide across a mountain range with a man that's throwing up into a mask and into your face strapped to you.
Yeah, but we didn't make it across the mountain range. We just was like, Argh. Yeah. I hate that man.
Yeah, I wonder where he's at today.
Hope he's living his best life.
Hopefully.
Hope it's a good story for him too.
I was going to say, I bet he's the other side of that story is pretty fucking funny too. So,
I mean, I could see at night. He couldn't. I don't even know what that story was like. It was dark. There were things.
yeah.
And we landed. And I quit. Yeah.
Yeah, I know how much you love telling that story. We've alluded to this already. You flew in tandem with an interpreter. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's I had the opportunity while I was at the East Coast to really go down a deep rabbit hole of being able to skydive and jump and go to the military schools, and the tandem course was one of them. And we were overseas and got the chance to do a proof of concept that required an interpreter. So I got to jump the interpreter. So, I mean, I can make it a super short story, essentially. The man had never been in an airplane. He was underdressed. I had been packing the parachute. Another very senior tandem master had gotten him ready, so we didn't have a lot of time together. Started throwing up before, decided as the first jumpers exited the aircraft that the evolution was not something he wanted to participate in anymore, which for clarity is well beyond the line of when that decision is going to be made. So we went, and I mean, we could have landed in a different country. My GPS failed. I tried to celestially navigate under night vision goggles, which is a nightmare. It's hard enough to do without the nods. I couldn't find anybody else. I didn't know where we were. We spiraled down. We landed in a dry riverbed. Had to be rescued by the Army, not Delta Force, though. Brent, take it easy. And it was the single most horrendous jumping experience of my life. And yeah, I covered it in detail in the book.
It's really funny.
Now.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that wasn't that was a proof of concept, meaning like
it was not a real world operation.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's wrap up on the book. So I've never done this. There's a lot of podcasts that will like read quotes to their guests and have them respond to them, which I don't love that format personally, but I took some notes on your book and kind of like high level in my words, explain things in my way. So I figured that the topics we could discuss, but so the first one.
Well, this will be interesting because this is the first time I've actually talked about the book in depth on a show.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first one is, I wrote it down as, do you know who Alex Hormozi is?
I do.
Okay. Are you familiar with his concept of directionally correct over absolutely correct?
I think so.
The what I saw in the book that got me there is, I think your words were essentially, rather than taken forever to make a decision because you're worried about the outcome, if it's going to be wrong, just start in that direction and trust in your ability to pivot once you get there. And I think his way of saying it that's always resonated with me is, if you want to, whatever it is, start something, if you got a big audacious goal, right? Just take a step in that direction because you're moving directionally there versus like having to know with pinpoint accuracy and be absolutely correct where you want to arrive, because just moving in the correct direction, if it feels right to you, like the work has already started on you and you'll figure it out along the way. Yeah,
there's some very good parallels there. I would even take the correct direction out of it. I would just say move in a direction. Now, and this is not to say, because I know in the book I talk about this through the lens of being on the receiving end of an ambush. The most dangerous thing you can do in that situation is to do nothing. Because if you are facing an enemy of any level or caliber, they are going to maneuver on you as you stay there and they're going to kill you. So how do you stop that? You maneuver on them and you do your best to kill them. Now, I'm not saying step out into gunfire without knowing at least kind of a direction that you're going to be moving into. But I would rather see people make movement to build at least a little bit of momentum, which is what Alex is saying. He's saying it doesn't need to be perfect, but get your movement started, which I totally agree with. In a non-tactical world, I don't even know if the move has to be in the right direction. But move. Because otherwise, and I've been in this spot, I have so many options. Which one do I take? And then at the end of the day, you didn't take any. And I feel like if you had to take it, obviously take risk into account. Like don't go chips in and risk it, or gamble, I should say. Look at there and maybe take a step that has a little bit of risk that's not going to consequentially destroy everything that you're doing, but at least you're moving and then you could correct. If you give me that choice of so many decisions throughout a day, I'm going to be paralyzed by all of them and do nothing and get nowhere by the end of the day, versus you can take a couple steps. You might not be where you want to be. You actually might be farther away, but you're going to be on the move. Which one are you going to take? I'm going with the latter every single time. And it's hard to do, but staying in place, being paralyzed in the long run is going to get you killed. You have to move.
So as far as being a decision maker, this is something that I have an issue with, and it's something that I guess I'm trying to reconcile from both ends, because there is an element to it that if you are very, very strategic and think through a lot of outcomes, you can achieve very precise outcomes. But there's such a thing as...
Unless the chessboard moves.
Go on.
The strategic end state that you're looking for is often predicated on a lot of pieces on the board being out there. And so your plan, your super detailed plan, if you're looking at that end state, is only valid if those pieces stay in place. Or your hypothesis to where those pieces are going to move proves to be correct. Every time that stuff starts moving, though, it's new calculus.
So I guess where I was going with that is I just saw a video like 2 days ago. It was a short of this woman giving an interview, and she was talking about, like, I think she was referring to men as, or something around men being indecisive. And like I have an issue at times with being indecisive that I'm trying to correct. But the way she said it is essentially people that take forever to make a decision, they're worried about the outcome of that decision being suboptimal because they don't trust in themselves and their own problem-solving ability. Does that resonate with you?
I mean, that could be true. Is that true for... I mean, I think there's a lot of reasons why people are indecisive. Some people have a lower tolerance to risk. You know, some people don't feel comfortable moving until they have an immense amount of knowledge or information about everything they may face along the way. I think a lot of people can certainly fall into that. But I mean, how do you build confidence, right? You make mistakes and you learn from them, and you show yourself that regardless of what happens, you can keep going. So the answer to that is almost right in that recipe. It's like, people, you know, they're uncertain about their own decision-making, you know, process and ability. Okay, make more. Move.
Have you always been a good problem solver?
Probably depend on who you ask. I don't know if I've always been a good problem solver. I haven't had problems making decisions. Not all decisions have been good and not all of them have been right, but I won't sit there and hem and haw for an excessive period of time. I will take more time commensurate with the gravity of the decision that I'm getting to make or needing to make. A good example of this, we are literally moving from a rented townhouse to a rented house right now. It is 1.1 mile between the two. My wife has an unhealthy emotional attachment to some of the things we have in our house. She has a hard time deciding whether or not to keep it or not. She is appalled by my ability to not be constrained by that same level of indecisiveness. Like, get rid of it. Who cares? But again, she's just like, you are a savage. Don't you care about that? I'm like, it's infinitely replaceable. I haven't worn it in 6 months. On to the next. She's like, you won't think about it a year from now? I'm like, you're calling me a savage? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you be thinking about a pair of shoes a year from now? And I'm not saying waste anything excessive, but again, super important decision that I need to make, more time. Things like that are smaller. It's like, make the decision and go.
It feels like a muscle that you can build.
It 100% is. How do you get good at anything in life? Most of the time, the answer is reps.
This is a good one. Again, and my take on it was, Choose carefully the people who you give access to your energy.
Man. Yeah. Time vampires, energy vampires. They're real. I love the saying, you see the real person when you tell them no. Because most people, and this is based off experience in my life, I try to get to the headspace where I believe that most people are good. That's what I tell myself. I want to believe that most people are inherently good. But it's interesting who remains in your life when they are either not getting what it is that is serving them well, or for the first time you tell them no. They ask you for something or they want something and you tell them no. That's the real person. And I've had this with business partners where we get to a decision-making point and maybe we have a history of being aligned on everything. And you're like, this guy is my best friend. You tell them no, and they lose their shit. And all of a sudden they're acting in a very different way. Who is the real person? The person they were before when things were going their way, or the person that they are now when for the first time they're being told no? I land on the latter. And I think you need to be real cautious of that. And I've never had a large social circle. I've never been an overly social person. My wife would definitely say I'm more introverted than her. Many people are more introverted than her. So, and I say that like totally lovingly. She is just, it fills her cup, right? The social aspect fills her cup. To me, it's not that it doesn't fill my cup. It's neutral at best. I could give or take with it, but subtraction at this point in my life is more valuable than addition. And it goes back to be careful who you give your energy to, because I have mistakenly given my energy, time, love, attention to people at the end of the day that I didn't realize were there for themselves. It actually didn't have much to do with the relationship other than I was a bridge between where they were and where they wanted to be, or an access point, or however you would want to describe it. So people should be cautious, because there are people out there who are time vampires and are energy vampires and are money vampires, and they will just see you as that bridge to get to where where they are and where they want to be. And it feels like shit when you realize that. So I'm just more cautious up front. And when you tell people no, and don't look for excuses to tell people no, but if it comes up and if you have a disagreement or your thoughts on something don't align, pay attention to that person. Because that is the real person. Your real friends will be there, out there in the rain with you on your worst day, even if they don't have to be. The ones that pretend to be your best friend, but you can't find them when you need them, and it's raining on you. They're like, oh, I was going to get an umbrella. It's like, fuck you, dude. So,
do you think that you're a pretty good judge of character?
I've been pretty wrong a couple of major times in my life. I would have, previous to those times, said yes. I think the best I can say right now is I'm still working on it. One of those was pretty recent with a business partner. And he was, I think at the end of the day, 180 degrees from the person he presented himself to be for years. And I either didn't see it or I wasn't looking. Prior to that, I would have said yes. I am second guessing myself and working on that constantly.
It's tough, man, because you can only judge what you see. And if you take somebody that, if they want something out of you in that scenario, I don't know what the context was, but if you're some sort of way, or you're some sort of means to an end that they have planned, and that's always in the back of their head,
mm-hmm.
It's going to be, if you're giving people the benefit of the doubt, which you seem like a nice guy to me, and you sound like you are, or you would, it's going to be pretty hard to snuff that out. Like, maybe, do you think it just shows itself eventually, or?
It's harder. Well, the mistake I made, I think, was in that particular situation, not that I have constantly like barriers and lines of defense up, but I think it's okay to take your time to get to know somebody and to allow them to integrate into your life at a slow velocity as opposed to 100%. Like, we're just like, boom. And I also, this is a mistake I made in this particular incident, never met anybody from their past. It was an interesting situation where they had geographically moved into the area, and he had total and complete control over whether or not we met anybody from his previous life. You want to talk about free reign to create a narrative. And then as things came unwound in that particular business, talking to people who had known him for longer in different phases of his life, like, son of a bitch, missed a pattern. You know what I mean? My fault. Should have taken more time. Take your time. Hire slowly. Fire quickly.
Yeah. That's a good principle for sure.
Yeah.
So this is one that was not in the book actually, but I wrote down to ask you about is self-talk. And I know that's kind of broad. If you want me to narrow it down a bit for you, like, you know what, it's funny. You I forget what the context was before, but you were like, oh, being hard on yourself.
Oh, so, world champion of negative self-talk.
There you go.
Like, undisputed world champion. I have like several belts.
So dude, it's something. Do you meditate?
I don't think so. I daydream a lot. Does that count?
I don't think so. I mean, in this context,
meditation would have to be probably like structure, right? Like a routine or something like that. I don't. Well, and again, but it's like, I know people who get the same thing from meditation as they do from jiu-jitsu, right? Like it's if you can get your head to that space, does it matter how you get there? I think I get some aspect of the meditation from jiu-jitsu, but I've also gotten it from exercise. I know people who have gotten it from playing musical instruments, or had an amazing outdoor experience, like in hiking in Glacier National Park. They're just completely immersed in the moment, and they come out of that and they're like, fuck, man, I feel like a totally different person. Like, I'm going to call that some aspect of meditation, whether intentional or not.
Well, but what I was getting at is that the specific space that I'm drawing on from meditation is just being aware in the first place that these are the thoughts that are entering your head, right? Because we have, I don't know the number, but like how many thousands of thoughts just float through our head all day. And you might be world champion negative self-talker, but not even fucking be aware of it. So,
I'm aware of it.
Right. But what I'm saying is, like, for me, I've become aware of it. Yeah. So for you, like, was there a time that you did, or like?
I think there was a time where the negative self-talk got out of control. Specifically, I can point to, it was when I was going through a divorce that lasted almost 2 years, which, by the way, was way harder, not physically, mentally and emotionally, than anything I ever did in the SEAL community, ever. You want to talk about an ability to question yourself. Am I a good enough person to ever find a partner again? Am I a good enough man to be a father to my kids? Is the world benefit at all from having me be around in it? And I did what I did when I was in the SEAL teams. I sought out people who were experts in that realm. Counselors and therapists, man, and I talked to them a lot. And here's the thing, and counseling has had an immense impact on my life. I by no stretch of the imagination think it's a magic pill. It's actually work. You're not going to talk to somebody for an hour and be like, see you next February because I'm good to go. Also, most of the work occurs after you're talking to somebody, when they give you a template or a structure to work on, which is what counselors have done to me many times, when it goes, okay, first thing when it comes to negative self-talk, let's recognize that it's actually happening, like you said. Now let's put a structure in place and a logical way to look at this. Is this serving me? Is this true? Or is this based in emotion? Is this based in logic? Is this objective? And I can create, you know what I mean? I went to an expert who helped me create a framework in my own mind to A, recognize it, and then B, combat the negative effects of getting caught in that cycle, which, dude, during that 2 years happened a few times.
So during that time period, like, I think I'm noticing that it can be a common thing that when something happens in your life, whether it's that sort of rupture, like a divorce, or the end of a relationship, or the death of a loved one, something that on paper is not even correlated to the feelings that it brings up. Was that how you would explain that? Okay, let me find the way to ask the question. Were those two, was the divorce and your thoughts of yourself or questioning of yourself, were they correlated, or was it the divorce kind of just weirdly sifting up things that had been sitting there and they're not necessarily tied together?
A combination of the two. I mean, I always leave all the details out about the divorce because my ex-wife doesn't have a platform or ability to speak on it, so it's not fair. But I will say is I was directly being told those things as well, and I don't care who you are as a person, if you hear it enough, you're going to start wondering whether or not it's true. And then you become your own worst enemy, right? Like, somebody else can open the door. God damn it. I'm the one who walked in there without a flashlight, closed it behind me, and like swallowed the key. And I want to blame somebody else. Like, I mean, yeah, you might have opened the door, but idiot in here crawling around on the ground trying to find my way out of it. So it was both.
Fuck, that's so true, man. It's like it just makes me think like again, obviously I don't want to talk about the specifics of your relationship, but at one point, you, and maybe still to this day, you value that person's opinion, like to the point where you married them and
we were together for over 20 years.
There you go. And you pushed the chips in with them and had children with them. And so like, how do you discern and how do you say to yourself, that's not true, that's just hurtful?
You talk to people not directly involved in this situation who are experts in how the brain works. Again, it's not this panacea. It's not a magic button. I talked to a guy every Wednesday for an hour for years. Most of it was along the lines of how do I communicate with my kids more effectively? How do I protect them from this? And a lot on like, this is like, how do I get out of this cycle? I'm consistently being told this. And again, a lot of talk with my other family. It doesn't have to always be with a therapist, right? It is easier to talk about personal things with somebody who doesn't know you and like not directly involved in your life outside of that. Can be very tough. If you have like a sister or a brother, also TMI is a real thing too. They may not want to know, you know what I mean? So pay the money and have the expert on the other end of the line. Because free therapy from your family doesn't necessarily mean it's good either, nor do they know what they're doing. But for every time you hear that, probably got to hear it the opposite 6 times before you even begin to think you believe it. Those are heavy words, man, especially from somebody like you said that you went or you thought that you went chips in on in a different phase of your life. I don't know anybody who gets married with the idea like, I can't wait for the divorce. Let's go. That'd be a weird speech, right?
Yeah.
That'd be a weird speech. And so, yeah, when it unwinds, if you think that the things that those people say aren't going to be like daggers to you, stand by.
How long did you see a therapist for?
Almost 2 years.
Okay. Was that how long the entire process took?
Yeah. Yeah, just shy of 2 years, so like 23 months, 22 months.
So it was one of those things where it was almost like, what would happen would happen on a daily basis, and then you'd go sort it out just to make sure you can make it to the next day. It wasn't one of those things that was like ongoing and that sort of thing. Do you know what I'm asking?
It was a scheduled appointment type thing. I never did like any emergency calls or anything like that. I mean, honestly, I took again from the book, the chunking concept. And when things got horrible, I mean, there were days where I'd wake up and like, I don't know if I have what it takes to make it to the bathroom to take a piss, let alone, I don't even know what the hell else today is going to bring. So it's like, get your feet on the ground. Okay. Walk to the bathroom. Cool. Let's go get some water. I mean, those are small chunks. Those are seconds of time. That's how I got through some of those days.
Fuck, man. Yeah. And I just meant like, was it, because we talked about before, like guys, you said you found a common thread of guys with stuff from childhood and like trauma that was not even associated with that time period. And that's why I was curious, like if that stuff was coming up too for you.
No, honestly, man, it was all stuff directly related to that time period and just a deep, deep questioning of myself. Is this person right? Is it true? And if it is, how did I become the person that they are saying that I am? Fucking dark days, man.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that.
Don't get married looking for a divorce. I just tell you.
So you don't believe any of those things to be true today, do you?
I am not perfect in my self-talk. Life's like a sine wave, man. I have up days and down days, and just like everybody does. And so when I'm having an up day, I'm like, it's like, I'm Teflon, right? Like that shit can bounce off me. You have a down day. You want to talk about the uncontrollable thoughts? Like, where does that one come from on a down day? And what in your brain? What little door 14A down a hallway that's just stuffed full of assholes puts that one in the little bank tube and is like, hold on.
Stand by.
What? And it's like, you know what he needs today? I'm like, why? Right? It's like, and it's, yeah, I do the best I can, man. I do the best I can. On down days, I have down days. But in talking with people that have helped me create systems and structures, it helps me round the depth of the down day.
Well, that's another good point I'm glad you brought up. It's, especially these days, people think that the down day shouldn't happen. And they think that it's the whole, I think it corresponds with the fact that we avoid discomfort and that whole thing. But
if I look at all the stuff in my life that I value the most, it's the things that I work the hardest for. Working the hardest for something is not necessarily enjoyable, but it helps you appreciate it. The things that I'm able to blow my wife's mind with by throwing them in the garbage oftentimes are the things that cost me the least amount of effort. I think there's a correlation between that and the emotional attachment.
That was another thing in the book. There's two types of people. One of which, when they get knocked down, they refuse to get back up. And the other, when they get knocked down, they refuse to stay down.
Yep.
So can you train to become, or can you become the latter person by, and honestly, the reason I even thought of that is because we're talking about like seeking out discomfort and doing hard things. Do you think that's part of the way to be that second person?
100%. And I think the difference between those two is simply a choice. I don't think that most people have any idea what they are capable of. And what is hard, yes, is hard, but it's not the hardest thing you've ever done. And you're not going to find the hardest thing you've ever done until you go out there and you push your limits. And then guess what? You'll be like, that's the hardest thing I'll ever do. And then you're going to find something else that is even harder. But you know what's going to prepare you for that? That other thing that you said was never going to be the hardest thing that you were ever going to do. The difference between somebody who, when encountering an obstacle, can't figure out their way around it versus somebody who will not be defeated by it is a choice in mentality and how they view the world. I mean, and again, God, that makes it sound like it's so easy, right? And I'm not trying to be flippant or trite because it's like, oh, people are like, oh, I'll just change my mindset and I will become indestructible. No, there's a lot of pain and suffering associated with that.
Simple, not easy.
Simple, not easy. But honestly, I would get this from Bud students sometimes. Like, well, why'd you quit? And they're like, because instructor so-and-so made me. And I was always careful with the Buds students that had quit because they are in a very emotionally vulnerable situation. And I don't want to push on them too hard. But I would ask him, I'd say, what do you mean? He grabbed your hand and put it on the bell and rang it for you? Like, no, which by the way, wouldn't count anyway, because we've done that with students, but tested, fail. Okay. Well, he made me quit. How did he make you quit? Well, we were doing surf conditioning and he told me that I was going to be in here for the rest of my life or some version of that. Like, okay. But is he the one who raised his hand and said, I drop on training because I can't take this anymore? They're like, no, well, that was me. Like, he can facilitate, and people should hear this. I'm not talking about Buds. I'm talking about life. People can facilitate situations that you think you can't make it through. But you are the only person on earth that can make that a reality or not. I can't make a student quit. I can facilitate an environment and a headspace where they make that choice, but I can't do it for them. And that is true of everybody in every situation in life.
Accountability is hard, man.
I was just going to say, that makes it really tough because instead of being this and this and this is why and this is why, the reality is the vast majority of the time you had the heaviest hand in the outcome. Luck exists, of course. Happenstance exists, of course. But do you know of anybody that's wildly successful that hasn't encountered failure along the way? Because I don't. Even the most successful people that I know actually probably, if you were to tally it, have more mistakes or failures than successes, but they didn't give up. And they wouldn't be the person that they are if they had.
Is there anything that I didn't ask you today that is top of mind or that you want to talk to people about?
For the people that find the book, I hope that it helps. It is literally my best attempt to take a bizarre set of experiences in life that almost everybody thinks they can't have, which, by the way, you're lucky you didn't have them. It saved you a lot of excruciating pain. Most of it in the training pipeline. I handled that for you. I have had far too many friends kill themselves. And a lot of those guys, it's what we've talked about. They thought they were alone. They thought they were dealing with something that they couldn't work their way through, and landed at this place where this irrational decision became their rational decision. Again, I don't know how that happens. I understand it mechanically, but I haven't been able to work my way there. You could sit here and tell people like you're not alone. And I always tell people you're not, and that nothing is permanent unless you make it. I think at the end of the day, I did get tricked into writing the book, but the reason I continued doing it is that I hope for somebody somewhere, even if it's one person, they find something in that in a moment breaks the chain leading towards that, or quitting in any aspect of their life. We don't have to go like super far extreme and talk about, ending your life, but it breaks the chain of, I can't do this, for whoever you are and whatever it is that you're doing. And it allows you to hopefully either be successful or achieve something that you never thought possible. And then I have one request from people who have that experience. Teach somebody else what worked for you in the hopes that it works for them. That's it.
Well, dude, having read the book, I will go out on a limb and say that is most certainly going to be the case. And I'm pretty confident there will be a lot more than one on anywhere on that end of the spectrum.
I hope so.
I'm glad you sent it to me ahead of time because, yeah, man, I've known who you are long before I had a show, and I've wanted to talk to you. But after reading the book, I was like, oh man, that it got me way more interest. Not that I wasn't interested. It got me more interested and more excited about having you in because the book is excellent. So I highly recommend that people pre-order it and go pick it up. But it's awesome, man. And like I said, it's exactly what you would think it is. And I appreciate you coming in and talking about some of it. But something I just thought of is kind of, we covered this earlier in the episode, but we both host shows.
Mm-hmm.
Are there things that you'd like to see more of in our space and less of in our space?
We could always go for some more honesty and less lying. If you had given me an unlimited amount of time, or just say 30 days before I got out of the military, but a piece of paper that was an unlimited length, and I could write all the things that I thought I was going to do with my life,
yeah,
the podcast would not show up on that list. Even if you did give me an unlimited amount of time, no, would never have thought about it. And people are like, what is it like being a content creator? I'm like, bleh.
Yeah.
But also, technically, you're correct, because I do create and produce and post content. I was going to say the conspiracy stuff, but that is such a broad term, and that's the term now that's thrown around and appropriated because people will try to attach that to things to devalidate them, to make them less than. It's interesting. I haven't followed politics deeply in my life, but I am now seeing people arguing over what the word truth means. And I'll have all people, what got me thinking about this was Dave Chappelle, arguably one of the greatest stand-up comedians of all time. It's from his last special, and he was literally talking about things like, not specifically Charlie Kirk's death, but the explosion, to use that example, that situation, the explosion of content or people in our space putting forth, maybe they believe them, maybe they didn't. I think there's an equal split of both. I do believe that there are people putting out things that had no attachment to the truth and they knew that, but it was an SEO term and their shit was going to crush and their numbers were going to go through the roof. But in doing so, the zone is so flooded that people can't even agree on what the truth is anymore. And I don't know what happens when we get to that place where we literally argue about what the meaning of the word truth is. I would like to see less of that. I'm in the same boat as you. I don't do breaking news stuff. Every once in a while, usually on a Friday episode where it's Q&A, I'll talk, like people are hitting me up about the most recent Minneapolis shooting. I'll cover it maybe in a few weeks, maybe. And maybe I won't because it's not my full-time job to do that. And again, the zone is so flooded with people already doing that. I would like to see that not be the case. I would like to see us go back to a place where it is okay to say, I don't know, which was the point of Dave Chappelle's, that portion of his skit. I don't know is a wholly acceptable answer. And most of the time, it's the right answer. But people don't want to say that. They want to be the expert. I don't know where that leads.
I am more weary of the person that claims to know everything, whether it's right away or whether it's down the road. I am most wary of that person that has the inability to say, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because then it's more about you than it is about the truth.
I agree. And there is a lot of that in the current content space. But I mean, I guess the audience has the heaviest hand in that.
Yeah.
Because
needs to get clicked on.
Dude, it's a numbers game, right? Like at the end of the day, a lot of this stuff just comes down to math. If people make their living doing this, people bitch a lot about the algorithm, but the algorithm is a software program that monitors your behavior and feeds you more of what you interact with. So if you want to see more videos of miniature dachshunds, like my Instagram is an interesting study, man. It's my friends' stuff and mini dachshunds, because that's what I look at. It's feeding me what I want to see. You can also create an algorithm that will drive you insane and make you think that our world is absolutely falling apart. If that's all that you interact with, it's going to feed you whatever keeps you on so you can get served a fucking ad. Who's responsible for that? The platforms? Maybe. Whose thumb? Whose thumb is swiping? I'm telling you, this last month, man, of low social media usage, just low screen time, one of the better mental health months I've had in a long time.
Well, yeah, man, tell people where they can find you, where they can find the book, everything that you got going on, the podcasts.
I should probably know where they can find the book. I don't actually. I think you can find it on Amazon. Probably. By the time this come out, yeah, it'll be on Amazon. Yeah, if you Google.
You could pre-order it on Amazon, I'm sure.
Yes, sure, probably. I'll make sure that the editors have that up by the time this comes out. I'm pretty sure you can. I'm on all the social platforms. It's all versions of my name. I'm probably the most active on Instagram, and it's just Andy Stumpf 212. But I'm also not super active for like the last month.
8 minutes a day?
And 8 minutes a week.
Oh, a week?
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
I'm still able to post and do whatever I want to do. You know what you don't have time to do? Read bullshit comments from people whose username is 1657 upside down cat. There's like, you suck. And your face looks like a waffle iron. That's a comment I've read. I'm like, first off, the first part of that might be true, but the second part is just mean. I have a website, andystumpf.com, just because it answers. It's a portal for people if they are interested in what I'm doing. It just has everything listed. And yeah, the book is on, I recorded the audiobook. So if you do audiobook things, it'll be up on Audible or wherever you get audiobooks, and then Amazon or like Barnes and Nobles. I think the publisher actually did say the two main accounts are Amazon and Barnes and Noble. But yeah, it comes out April 14th. And we'll see how it goes. I don't know what makes a book successful. But I feel like I wrote it, so like my job is done. It's like, see how it goes.
Yeah. Well, again, dude, did you have a ghostwriter or did you write it?
I wrote every word in that book.
Did you really?
Yeah. Except for, well, I didn't write Jocko's portion or Jack's.
Wow.
No, I wrote every word. Dude, it wasn't hard. I really enjoyed the process. So the first thing I ever did public facing was actually a blog called Confessions of an Idiot. Dude, 2 of the posts on the blog ended up getting read on the floor of Congress.
No shit.
Yeah. So I've always enjoyed writing, but when I started doing podcasting, it's such a faster medium. Because the way I write, it's like vomit, and now we need to like and the, like we can strip a little bit of that out. So it was faster for me to do spoken stuff, but I've always enjoyed writing. I'm not an academic rock star, but the class I enjoyed the most in high school was English.
I mean, it's written in your voice. You could tell that it's you, but it's just, I just figured and you're a very good speaker. I figured speaking and writing are not necessarily transferable.
Every word. I did take some editorial guidance from the multiple editorial passes, which I'm really thankful exist because, dude, I don't know how to use a semicolon. And there's a couple words that I was consistently pluralizing. And then I saw it and I'm like, ooh, that would have been bad.
That's what you got people for.
Well, that's why the publisher has people. I don't know any of those people. But yeah, no, I actually really enjoyed it.
And then lastly, I've only asked this question to one other person, and it was John Kiriakou, because he's a phenomenal speaker, but you're a very good speaker as well. How would you recommend that people get more articulate and better at speaking, if there's a way?
Practice is one, but I think the most important thing is don't try to be something you're not. I don't use big words because I don't understand them. I don't. Number of times people have like made comments at me on social media. I'm like, hold on, going to dictionary. And then I'm like, that's mean. But also I'm using that as well. The number one way I have seen people get tripped up in every aspect of their life, to include public speaking, is by trying to be something that they're not. I don't speak on topics that I don't understand. I don't claim to understand things that I don't. I don't try to come off as this ivory tower, college educated person, because I am not. And then pair that with reps, practice. It's really all it is.
Cool, man. Well, this is awesome. Thank you again for coming out here.
Yeah, man.
It was great to have you. And yeah, any closing thoughts to the audience?
Don't be an asshole. It's like good advice.
Yeah.
Tell my kids that all the time. They don't listen. No, it's, God, you're not alone. I mean, honestly, I just don't think you can stop saying that. You're not dealing with something that anybody hasn't before, and you're not dealing with something that doesn't have a solution. It's out there. It doesn't mean it'll be easy, but nothing is permanent unless you make it.
Ask for help.
Yeah. More than once, if need be. Because, again, to go back to the social circle, if people are there for the wrong reason, and you ask that person for help, you're not going to get the answer that you're looking for. Doesn't mean stop asking.
What's up, guys? Thank you so much for taking the time to watch the interview. If you got anything out of this video at all, please like the video, leave me a comment, tell me what you thought of the video, tell me who you'd like to see on the show. I really appreciate the support. It goes a long way on these platforms, as you guys know. Most importantly, I have some amazing guests that are coming in for interviews in the very near future, so please subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of them. But that's it. I really appreciate your support. Thank you again for watching, and I hope to see you again soon.